Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, sorry. I always test the audio before, but that's TikTok Studio for you. Oh, pin live goal. Got it. Look at me remembering to do things. Sorry, it is just one of those weeks. My brain is a little bit fuzzy. I started the live yesterday an hour before I was supposed to and did not realize it. Even when Mandy tried to tell me I had started early, like I still did not even register. It's just one of those weeks for me. So just sorry. I was literally just talking to myself for like 3 minutes. Welcome to thank you for telling me no one can hear me. Welcome to the People's Receipts. Tap the screen. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. Share the live. So glad I'm not talking to myself anymore. God, I need some sleep. I'm like sleeping, but I don't think I'm like, like the type of sleep you need so you feel rested. I just don't think I'm getting that type of sleep this week or something. It's just been, it's like my like Fitbit is telling me I'm sleeping. You know what I mean? I'm tired of being gaslit by my Fitbit and my iPhone. My iPhone says I slept 8 hours and 30 minutes. No, I didn't. Maybe I was laying down for 8 hours and 30 minutes. I did not. I feel like I haven't slept in 3 days, but my phone keeps saying I'm sleeping. Thank you. So I know I've straightened my hair. I re-straightened my hair. Normally it's like a frizzy mess. That's why it's always up in a bun. Curly hair will do that to you, but it's fairly straight today. Tap the screen. I appreciate everyone tapping the screen. Let's get to 50K. I have some of the funniest, like I said, we just have to see life as a giant joke at this point and laugh so we don't cry. And man, the last 48 hours of news, I mean, even right now, I was just on X and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And you know who my hero is, truly? Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, is my fucking hero. I don't even want to like show you guys this till more people come in here. Everyone share the live with 5 people. Push the arrow at the bottom if you don't have anyone to share it with. Push the copy link button. Tapping is clapping. Let's keep tapping the screen. This is my Cash App and Venmo. It's the best way to support my lives. Also, gifts are always welcome. I have an Amazon wish list in my link tree. I knew there was something I was forgetting. And if I just kept talking, it would come to me. Let me add my other account so that people can join the Discord easier, because it's becoming obvious to me those instructions do not make sense to anyone. Let me just add my other account and then we'll get this party started, because I'm going to make you guys laugh today. Or cry. It's really up in the air. Could go either way. We don't know. Perfect. Look at me go. Okay. Make sure the volume's off. Okay. We are live on YouTube. Again, please follow me on YouTube. All of the replays for all of my shows are available there. That's the best thing about YouTube. If you stream live on YouTube, it just automatically posts everything for you. You don't even have to worry about it. That's why I'm always streaming on YouTube, even though I really am never on there, because it's so convenient. So if you ever want to clip any of this, get, access to any of the things you've seen, you have 2 choices. That is my Feliz Navidad live account that is down below. If you want to join the Discord, I suggest joining the Discord. Just follow this account down below, send a message and say, hey, please give me a link to join the Discord and we will get you on. That's the way we're doing it for now, because when I had the link in my bio, we had a bunch of people joining the Discord that were not necessarily people we wanted in there. So that's why it's a little bit difficult. So we can at least do some vetting to make sure the Discord remains a safe space. I'm going to be I don't know exactly what even to call it. I don't want to call it like a therapy group. I'm going to start some sort of group. We were talking about it yesterday on the broadcast in the Discord. I found my DBT workbook and flashcards. I was looking for them all last night. Joanna had a city council meeting, so we didn't get to talk about it. We're going to talk after this live today, but we're going to be starting some sort of group in the Discord, like a weekly group where we do like journal prompts, like kind of, I don't want to call it like group therapy, but something similar to that, like a way to touch base and stay sane once a week with like-minded people. Maybe we'll call it that. We'll get back to you. We'll come up with a name tonight. So I will keep you guys posted on that. Oh man, do I have some funny things to show you? I want to show you some things that I just added to the outline that I just saw. Okay. Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, is my hero. While Canada, to defend Canada, Trump's an a-hole, and it's hard to deal with. It's hard to know what to do and how to deal with someone like Trump. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't really think they've figured it out yet, in my opinion. Oopsies. Give me 1 second. Let me add the presentation again. I don't really think they've figured out how to deal with Trump yet as far as Canada when he's tormenting them, but he made the mistake of again mentioning Mexico yesterday, and you guys are going to die laughing when you see what Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, is up to right now. She is my literal spirit. She's my hero. I have to meet her. I might have to go. Well, maybe I'm going to flee to Mexico. Maybe I'll get asylum in Mexico and then hopefully meet her. She might literally be my hero after this clip I just saw. So again, Trump, we all know this, and we're going to go through it. I'm going to take you through Trump's absolute shit show of a day yesterday. But I'm going to start with this video, and the news is good. I'll probably play this clip more than once I show it to you guys, but I'll just start with this. So this just came out. It looks like bad news, but it's actually kind of good news. So Trump is trying to block Trump does not want this report released, right? Jack Smith was working as a special counsel, meaning independent of the Justice Department, of the DOJ, and was working on two things, right? Like the federal case, the Chutkan trial about January 6th, and the fake elector scheme, and then the classified docs case. And you guys might have seen crazy Aileen Cannon like trying to bar the release of this report, which she really has zero jurisdiction over. Merrick Garland could release the report. Jack Smith was a separate special counsel on Tuesday night. He handed this huge report, which is a two-part report. It's the J6 investigation and it's the docs case investigation. He handed it over to Merrick Garland, and really it's just Merrick Garland's choice if he wants to release the report or not. Like he could, even though crazy Aileen Cannon like said that he couldn't for 3 days or whatever she's doing. So and I just want to review some stuff about this because it's the confusing stuff that people might not understand. Jack Smith dropped you cannot prosecute a sitting president. That's why Jack Smith dropped the federal investigation, the J6 investigation, because he can't, there's nothing we can do now that Trump is going to be the president. Like, we can't proceed with the investigations. But what happened in the docs case is crazy Aileen Cannon dismissed that case. And then Jack Smith said, "What the F are you doing?" and appealed that dismissal, right? And then what had happened was, I want to make sure I get this right. So sorry. There are 3 defendants in the Mar-a-Lago docs case, right? There is creepy Walt Nauta, the body man, Trump's human shield, and, who Trump hired after Walt Nauta was credibly accused of SA and was going to lose his job anyways. It's not surprising. There seems to be a very weird theme around people that Trump surrounds himself with. They all seem to have been credibly accused of some sort of harassment or SA. So that happened. So that's
You know that paper
he's
is
the
more
second defendant, and
sophisticated now
then the
than the
third
computer
defendant
system.
is the guy who tried to flood the server. What's his name? Oliveira. Like he was kind of like a maintenance man or like handyman, right? So there's three defendants. It's the Carlos, or sorry if his name's not Carlos, Oliveira. There's Walt Nauta, and there's Trump. So Jack Smith, when uh Aileen Cannon dismissed the case, Jack Smith appealed that. And then when Trump got elected, he just dropped the case against Trump. But the docs case is still going. Those two defendants, right? He did not drop the case against. There are still two defendants in the Mar-a-Lago docs case. So Aileen Cannon, like part of her argument when she's saying you can't release this report, which she has nothing to do with the J6 case, obviously. I mean, she was the judge for the docs case, but she dismissed it. And part of her argument is like, you can't release this because there's still two defendants and that could like mess up their case, which Merrick Garland acknowledges. And he's not going to release any information about them or the situation with those two defendants who still technically have a pending case against them. But Merrick Garland is apparently going to release, and I cannot wait, like the federal Chutkin stuff about J6. There's going to be some redacted stuff. I don't think it's going to be all of it. I think all of it will be available to Congress and whoever wants to read it in Congress. So hopefully someone's going to leak all of it anyways, but he is going to release the J6 stuff. And we could get the doc stuff later. It's still up in the air, but I just found this interesting because like it's a good sign that at least Merrick Garland is recognizing like, yeah, leak, right? Because once Trump gets in the office, he's going to bury all of this, right? So like it has to come out, and it has to come out soon. And think about it. When Trump assigned, oh my God, why can't I remember his name? Who was that
You know
ridiculous
that
special
paper is more
counsel
sophisticated
that
now
was
than the
supposed to
computer
like
system.
counter Robert Mueller's investigation? What is this guy's name? It's not like Bolt. Does it start with a B? Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? There was what Trump called the Russia investigation, Robert Mueller, and there were a bunch, they were investigating links between the Trump campaign and Russia. No, not John Bolton, but and then Trump appointed a special counsel who then was supposed to investigate the investigators. And like nothing ended up happening, but that report was released, right? Like when a special counsel Durham, thank you, Brooke, fabulous. I love crowdsourcing information. The Durham report, right? So I'm just giving you an example. Normally when a special counsel investigation is done, the report is released in full. It's not weird it's not like crazy to release the report. You're supposed to release the report. Oh, sorry. I was just reading what it said there. Check political RFK Jr. I'm not sure what that means. Just me. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping. Let's get to 50K. We can do it. Oh, hi, Miss Julie. Did you notice I'm wearing your necklace? Sorry. Just talking to Aunt Julie. So anyways, part of this report is going to come out and probably soon, and I cannot wait to read it. It's like the book. We should have a book club. We can all read it together. So at least Merrick Garland's looking like he's going to release something. But since now we have 148 people in here, keep tapping the screen. As more people filter in, I'll probably play this clip again, but I just want to tell you guys, before we have to go through the
You
absolute
know that
S
paper
show
is more
that Trump
sophisticated
has
now
been
than
up
the
to
computer system.
like all yesterday. So he's been making all these crazy threats, right? Like talking about annexing Canada and calling it the 51st state. And then God knows what he's up to, sent his son and Charlie Kirk to Greenland to like, I don't even plant a flag there and try to claim it's ours. Like, God, it's so embarrassing. And then at his stupid press conference yesterday, while he's babbling incoherently, he said that we're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Well, the president of Mexico, who is now my official hero, her name's Claudia Sheinbaum, she is hilarious. Like the first time Trump came for her, Trump hasn't really been tormenting Mexico a lot because she's not someone to mess with, right? The first time he tried, she embarrassed him. You know what she's doing right now? I cannot. I love this woman. She is doing a press conference with like a map the size of a wall and pointing out like all of this part of the US used to be Mexico. We think we're going to annex like the southern part of the United States. She literally right now has a huge map out and is literally just pointing to things being like, this all belongs to us, we're gonna take it all back. And I'm just like, this woman is truly amazing. And like, Canada's so scared they don't know what, Justin Trudeau's like floundering around. That's what you need to do when Trump does some bullshit. Pull out a map and point out you're smarter than him. Like, and she's actually intelligent. Like, I went through this. Like, she's like a scientist. She has like 2 master's degrees. She might have a doctorate. She's a political activist. She right now is shaming Trump at a press conference, talking about annexing the United States. So I found a clip of it. And this is not her voice because she's obviously speaking in Spanish. So this is AI. Like Midas Touch had AI translate it. So just to be clear, it sounds a little weird because this is not her voice. Oh, sorry.
Name recognized by obviously, Gulf of Mexico is name recognized by the United Nations. It's an organization of the United Nations, but the next question is, why don't we call it Mexican America? It sounds nice, doesn't it? Right. Since 1607, the Apatzingan Constitution referred to it as Mexican America. So, let's call it Mexican America. It sounds nice, doesn't it?
This woman
and Gulf of Mexico, well, you see, since 1607, and it's also recognized internationally. Well, historically speaking, because as you might know, I know they're going to ask me. I think that yesterday President Trump, they misinformed President Trump, with all due respect, because I believe they told him that Felipe Calderon and Garcia Luna were still in power in Mexico.
She is mocking him endlessly with history. I love this woman. Again, if you're just joining, this is how you deal with Donald Trump and him embarrassing our country. This is the president of Mexico with a giant map showing Trump which parts of America used to belong to Mexico and saying that they're taking them back. Because he's talking about changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I cannot get enough of this woman. She's like, get me a map. I'm having a press conference and I'm going to shame this man. Like, I'm going to find the rest of this press conference if I can. I just happened to see this clip posted and I was like, this is what you do when a narcissist talks some bullshit to you. You embarrass them. You treat them like the infant they are and give them a lesson in history. Claudia Scheinbaum is my literal hero, I have to say. Here, I want to make sure I had a couple things at the end of the outline I want to show before I go back to the beginning, and I want to make sure I don't miss any of them. Oh, wait, not that. Here we go. Well, wait. Ugh, I don't think I can handle that. Because we're going to have to go over Trump's ridiculous press conference. So I just want to be clear. I've said this so many times, and I'm so sick of hearing MAGA I don't know if they're lying or they're not smart. I think it's a combination of both. But how MAGA is always like, Trump is answering questions at a press conference, and Biden never answered questions and all this BS. Trump gets the questions ahead of time, right? Trump doesn't let any reporters into his press conferences who are going to ask tough questions or point out that he's incorrect or that he's lying. He had a press conference and pretty much every single thing he said was factually incorrect, and not one reporter fact-checked got the questions ahead of time from Fox. Exactly what he always accuses Democrats of. He, in fact, which this is not a surprise to me. We know this, right? Many reporters have talked about, like, if you get specific questions, if you don't ask, if you go off script, if you fact check him live, you're blackballed and you can never be around him again. This is what CNN's reporting. After about 30 minutes before the town hall was due to start, a senior aide started getting text messages from a person on the inside at Fox. The team thought there were images of all the questions Trump would be asked and the planned follow-ups, down to the exact wording. Jackpot. This was like a student getting a peek at the test before the exam started. So if you're ever wondering, Trump's press conferences, as I have been saying and said throughout the entire election, are completely orchestrated. Nobody is allowed near him who is going to surprise him with a question. So thank God that someone is actually reporting on this. Oh, and you want to laugh so we don't cry? This is an opportunity to laugh so we don't cry. You're going to die. Nancy Mace is not joking. This woman is out of her mother effing mind. This is a real tweet from Nancy Mace yesterday. I just walked by a man in a suit with makeup on at the Capitol. Nothing historic about it. He's still a man in a suit. Now she is, I'm guessing, shitting on a trans person. But who are you talking about, Nancy? Matt Gaetz? Are you talking about Tony Gonzalez's eyeliner? Was Trump on Capitol Hill? He wears a full face of makeup every day. How many men on Capitol Hill have full faces of makeup? Pretty much every Republican male in Congress wears a full face of makeup. Yeah, was JD Vance there? Did he have his eyeliner on? Every man in Congress wears makeup. I know. Yeah, she's trying to shit on a trans person, but this is a fucking joke. Every single day, Donald Trump, your guys' Lord and Savior, has a full face of makeup on. And it's not put on well. It's awful. Look at what Matt Gaetz did to himself before the premiere of his show. You guys, the delusions. To be like, oh, I don't want anyone reading children's stories at libraries with makeup on. Meanwhile, every man in the Republican Party has makeup on all day long. And I have to hear about drag time story hour. Republicans on Capitol Hill is literally never ending drag time story hour. That is what is going on. And Nancy Mace thinks she's doing something here. Like, you just look dumb, Nancy. Literally. Look at the Republican men on Capitol Hill. Tony Gonzalez was on, I'll show you guys clips later. He was on CNN last night with so much eyeliner on, he looks like Jack Sparrow. He literally looks like Jack Sparrow. These men, they have a problem with makeup. Why do they care so much about trans people? Yeah, it's a distraction. Right. I think Nancy Mace really has nothing going on in her life. And she thinks this is like, if she keeps doing this, it's going to endear her to, I think, Trump and the Republican Party. If she helps create a distraction while rich billionaires rob us all, rich billionaires who are wearing makeup rob us all, I think. But actually, and I don't know if I ever showed you guys this stuff, but Nancy Mace is actually, a lot of people in the Republican Party, like in MAGA, hate her. And they don't really appreciate this. Not because they support the trans community, but just because they hate her. And they think she's grandstanding and, just trying to get attention. And when I say they, I mean Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec, they hate her. Like when she does this stuff, a lot of times they will attack her and just be like, shut up, Nancy, stop trying to get attention. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, thank you so much for pointing that out. We're at 50K. We could do it. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K. Wait, waiting for activation? This may take some time to dismiss. I just got the weirdest. I've never seen that before on TikTok. I don't even know what that means. Hopefully nothing too bad. Okay, sorry. I'm at the end of the outline. Let me show you guys this because I have two more things I should probably show you before I start at the beginning of the outline. Yeah. So the California fires, I believe there's 2 people who have lost their lives. I know there's like thousands of buildings, I think, have been engulfed by the fire, right? This is the Los Angeles, like Pacific Palisades fire. And when I say, and I'll do more reporting on this tomorrow because I have so much stuff to go. Like yesterday was such a shit show. I have so many things to go over. So I'm going to cover this more tomorrow, but I just want to say this. Trump posted this. Trump and the Republicans have pretty much spent the whole morning. I mean, they're not even doing thoughts and prayers, right? These are the same people who vote against funding the disaster relief fund, right? When there were hurricanes and floods, they said the Democrats were controlling the weather and that Russian propaganda made up. And the far right and MAGA spread this Russian propaganda that Biden had, taken money out of the disaster relief fund. When in fact, the only person who's ever done that is Donald Trump. Remember? And they were all screaming like, how can $750 be all the money there is which it's not. That was part of the lie. But when California has an emergency, they are to say they're being cruel. I mean, people are losing their homes. People are no longer alive. People are in the hospital, extremely injured. And the Republicans have spent the morning not even doing the thoughts and prayers BS, basically mocking California and making up lies. Anyway, so Trump posted this morning, or like 10:40. Governor Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snowmelt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California. Which I know a lot about this. What it would have done was make a bunch of things worse. Like animals would have gone extinct. They want to like reroute rivers and things to flow daily into many parts of California, including the vast areas that are currently burning in a virtually apocalyptic way. He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt. No, I mean, Trump doesn't understand ecosystems, but when one thing goes extinct inside an ecosystem, there's a chain reaction of many things that go extinct. Like, please, but don't try to explain that to Donald Trump. How if one type of bee goes extinct, we could all die. But Trump can't figure that out. By giving it less water, it didn't work, but didn't care about the people of California. Now the ultimate price is being paid. I will demand that this incompetent governor allow beautiful, clean, fresh water to flow into California. He is the blame for this. I don't know what that. I think he meant to blame for this. On top of it all, no water for fire hydrants, not firefighting planes, a true disaster. And none of that is true. I do think we should mention that this is not true, California. It's not that there's not water for planes. But yeah, this is Trump, and the Republicans are all like kind of spreading different versions of this lie. And it's gross. But I do want to point out when Trump, in 2020, right? I think it was in 2020. There were fires, and just like what's happening now in California going on. Trump was running for president, and they were trying to talk to him about how, California wildfires worked and how to fight them. I just want to remind everyone of this clip.
That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, We're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay. It'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually.
I don't think science knows, actually. This is like California wildfires are a multi-pronged problem, right? It's really the ways they fight fires. And I'll tell you one thing I know. Actually, you know who fights fires in California and does a lot of the clearing of underbrush? Prisoners. And that's what they were worried about. If they banned forced labor in prisons in California, they were worried about the effect on the wildfires. Right? I mean, even though like I think it's actually volunteer work. I don't know if it's forced or not. But yeah, that's one of the things that prison labor does, right? They actually work for the fire department. But that's neither here nor there. This guy is trying to talk about something he knows nothing about, California wildfires, and blame it on Gavin Newsom when he doesn't believe in science. They were trying to explain to him in 2020 the problems that were causing wildfires, like climate crisis. And this guy said, "Oh, I think science is wrong." So it really doesn't matter what Trump thinks about wildfires, about ecosystems. He doesn't understand nor accept science. So nobody really cares. Oh man, I have to tell you guys, this is happening in Arizona and no one may have heard about it, but it's a big deal in Arizona and it is gross. So I just have to show you guys something. This is real life. In Arizona, a 9-year-old girl wanted to get a Donald Trump neck tattoo. Have you guys heard about this? This is real life, apparently, which I didn't really know I didn't know these were the laws until today. And for once, I would say even Republicans in Arizona are pissed about this. Two parents took their 9-year-old kid in Arizona to a tattoo shop. The kid wanted a Donald Trump neck tattoo, a 9-year-old. Thank you. That's exactly what I said, Bonjour. That's exactly what I said. Negligence. These parents need to be investigated. Now, I'm also mad at the guy who gave this tattoo. And the guy's excuse, don't worry, I found a clip of this. This is sorry. This is in Yuma, Arizona. It's actually a pretty large city. It's one of our borders with Mexico. It's pretty big. Yeah. This is from a New York Post article, actually. The 9-year-old girl ended up getting an American flag. And like I said, I have a really big problem with the tattoo artist. I don't care if it's legal. I don't care if her parents brought her in there and signed a permission slip. The answer, you're not to give a 9-year-old a tattoo. Do you know what I think about that? I was a second grade teacher. There were 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds in my class. That's crazy. And I'll even say Republicans in Arizona are like, what the because, they're actually conservatives. They're actually kind of horrified by this. For once, I think everyone in Arizona, the answer is no. Thank you, Lexi. And I don't even think I would be that strict a parent. Well, I was a strict teacher. I used to have parents say on field trips, like, they don't need to hold hands. Like, they don't have to have buddies all the time. I'm like, yes, they do. If I lost one of your kids, like, you would be saying something different. So I do protect kids, like, with my life. I do take it very seriously. And for two parents to go into a tattoo shop with a 9-year-old child and lobby for a Trump neck tattoo, we have lost our way, like, somehow. And the place is called Black Onyx Empire Tattoo. And the co-owner, the guy said that he was a hero. Okay? The guy who ended up giving her an American flag tattoo, his excuse is like, well, they wanted me to give her a Trump neck tattoo and I talked him out of that. So, like, it's okay. Like, I did a good deed. No, you should have refused to do it. Yeah, Matt, they are out of their minds, obviously. And I didn't know you could take a 9-year-old and sign a permission slip, and I didn't know that was even a thing. In Arizona, kids are allowed to get ink so long as consenting parents are present, I guess. This is just a screenshot. She ended up getting it on her arm, as you can see. Like, we are in, and this is what the guy says. He said he said he tried to scare the girl and family away from the permanent decision by charging them $500 for what would have otherwise been an $80 tattoo. That's better. You also robbed them. You never should have tattooed a 9-year-old child, and then you're like saying you did a good job because you robbed them. Like, I don't even understand this. Like, and either does anyone else in Arizona. Like I said, for the first time, everyone in Arizona is mad about something. And then he says, like he said, oh, I'm overcharging you and all this, and they didn't care. So, and Sosa talked them out of the Trump neck tat for an American flag on her arm. In early January, the girl came back to get the red retouched on her flag, and this guy obliged. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Thank you, Noodle. Any tattoo artist can refuse to work on anyone. You don't have to. It's not like you don't have to do this. This guy did not have to do this. Period. So again, and so I found a news report on it.
This is the video that caught our attention. A artist giving a tattoo to a 9-year-old girl posted on Instagram by the artist himself. It happened at Black Onyx Empire Tattoo in Yuma, and it was actually the second time the young girl came here. The Instagram video states her parents brought her here from out of state, wanting a tattoo showing Donald Trump on the girl's neck. According to Arizona law, it's legal to do this to a minor with the parents' permission.
It is one of the most frustrating things about our career field, and you're in Arizona, which has no regulations.
Ben Shaw with the Alliance of Professional Tattooists says Arizona is one of the least regulated states for tattoo artists, where no license is required to practice. He says just because something is legal doesn't mean it's ethical.
If you see a 10-year-old child with a professional-looking tattoo and they said they got it at a tattoo shop, that kind of degrades us as a whole.
A tattoo on someone this young doesn't sit well with everyone we spoke to.
No way. No, that's crazy. I wouldn't let my daughter underage get any tattoo.
No, I don't agree. I think they should wait a while.
Meanwhile, this mom of 3 says,
I think if you let your teenagers do what they want, they slow it down on it quicker.
It's not a teen. This is a 9-year-old. I mean, do we understand the difference? There is a huge difference between a 15-year-old even, which it's still a bad idea. I wouldn't tattoo a 15-year-old. Permanent decisions, right? These are the same Republican Party who say, oh, we can't give anyone puberty blockers, even though that's not permanent. These people, you're going to tattoo a 9-year-old kid? I don't know. It seems weird to me. The whole thing seems weird. And your only point of reference is like, at least I didn't tattoo Trump on the girl's neck. And yeah, like the most disturbing part to me is the parents are like, it was her decision. How can a 9-year-old want a neck tattoo that says Trump? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, was she really into politics? She's 9. She doesn't know what she's into. She should be getting a Blue's Clues tattoo. Like, this is Arizona. This is where I grew up. Like, we are in hell in Arizona, where both parents show up at tattoo shops to get their 9-year-old a Trump neck tattoo. Like, we are in hell. Thank you, Susan, so much for the tip. Love you too. You're the best. So anyways, I just had to show you guys that story because this is real life. This is Arizona. The fact they don't even need a license to tattoo, I know. There are no laws around the tattoo industry in Arizona. That's why if you heard, they brought her from out of state to Arizona, which I'm assuming is probably either California, because the board, that would be the closest state, like where Yuma is, like it's close from like San Diego or like some, one of the interstates that connects to California, because I'm sure California has actual regulations about tattooing. Like New York is 18. Oh, I didn't even know that. Yeah. In Arizona, any weirdo could just get a tattoo gun and do whatever they want. Hey, Joanna.
Hey, like it's wild. People are like, yes, let's get our 9-year-old a tattoo, but absolutely not. Like they're giving them surgeries at school, so it should all be fine, right? The surgeries at school should be perfectly
that's
fine.
what happens. You send your kid to third grade and they just change their gender at school. That's what I heard. That must be true.
Yeah, I mean, because they're so well funded, the surgical centers have to be top notch, right? Because there's so much money that we're pouring into elementary school, junior high, and high schools. This is a shit show. Quick commercial break, everybody. Thank you all for being here. There are 262 people here. Shout out to the tapping fingers because we have gotten up to 67,000 super quick. Let's go ahead and pop that up to 100K. Let's get these shares up to 400. Y'all are doing amazing today, and it's greatly appreciated. The people are peopling, and the receipts are receipting. Keep doing all the fantastic things you're doing. If you want a link to the Discord, this Dark Felice account that's right under me, send a message to that saying, hey, can I get a link to the Discord? And if you're not a weirdo, we will 100% send you one. If you get blocked, then try harder next time. You should have had a V8. Yeah, my dog is going ham in the background as per usual. Yeah, he's crazy. It must be the mailman outside. But thank you for the gifts. We're halfway to the gift goal. The little lipsticks on Felice's face. We love an animation. So let's get... Oh, yay. We got one more. Let's get 4 more of those. Keep running these likes up. If you see a little blue and white notebook in the upper left-hand corner, that's a poll. We'd love for you to take it. It shows TikTok that you're engaged and you're enjoying the content, and it helps us get it pushed out. Yay, more lipsticks. Now we only need 2 more. Yep, so y'all see that little notebook up there? Tap it. Look at the options. Pick which ones you like the best. I like them all. But you can only pick one. May the odds be ever in your favor. If you haven't subscribed to Felice on YouTube, this is a great opportunity to do so because the lives are run on there as well. Yay! We met the gift goal. Now Felice can reset it. Make sure that you're subscribed on YouTube so you don't miss anything. The broadcast was phenomenal yesterday if you weren't here. So make sure that you go check that out. I will literally just go to the channel and let it play randomly in the background while I'm doing stuff. So you can do that too. Make sure you're subscribed. If you haven't hit your heart me today yet, make sure to get that sent. And keep tapping, keep liking. Oh, shout out to the over 300 shares. Let's get up to 400. Shout out to the 77,000 likes. Let's get that up to 100K. Super quick. Thank y'all so much for being here once again, and keep enjoying the receipts, people.
Thanks so much, Joanna. You're the best. Gosh, I wish we had better news to go through today, you guys. Mark Zuckerberg has lost his GD mind. When I show you guys a clip, because I'm sure you guys have heard about this. First of all, there was this weird post, right? He announced, Trump is always at UFC fights. Trump and Joe Rogan and all these like red pill bros hang out at UFC fights. Well, Mark Zuckerberg weirdly announced that Dana White is going to be on the board of Meta. Like, that used to mean something. The board of Meta used to be for people with brains, Like, I don't even... Now, Mark Zuckerberg has sold his soul to Trump. That is what we're seeing. Wait till I show you, because I don't know if you guys have heard, like, it's been announced in the news, like, Meta's getting rid of fact checkers, like Facebook. They had policies against, and what that means is, they had policies on Meta, on Threads, against, people spreading lies, right? They tried to have information on that site that was at least relatively true, or let's say not harmful. Like, you can lie as long as it's not going to harm people, like medical misinformation, things of that nature. They tried to not have on, Meta, like, social media sites. Due to Mark Zuckerberg deciding to sell his soul along with the rest of the tech bro billionaires to Donald Trump, that will no longer be the case. They are now going to do what Elon Musk does, which is like a community note system, which I actually don't have a problem with community notes. As someone who's always online, I do like crowdsourced information, and like the crowdsourced information does use like fact checking information. So I don't really care. I thought it was really funny. Like, I think it was Maxwell Frost, like when the news came out yesterday on X, he's like, what? Facebook has fact checkers? I kind of felt the same way. I was like, what are you talking about? But when you hear, I'm going to play Mark Zuckerberg himself describing the changes he's making, this is when you're going to get pissed, and you can hear it. Like, he basically is saying, hey, like MAGA, I'm changing everything so you guys can spread a bunch of misinformation. Oh, and first, let me play. So this is one, actually, I can't remember his title. His name's Joel. I can't remember his last name. His title will be on here, but he was on Fox yesterday talking about this.
No question that there has been a change over the last 4 years. We saw a lot of societal and political pressure all in the direction of more content moderation, more censorship. And we've got a real opportunity now. We've got a new
content moderation is not censorship. Just to be clear, these are private corporations who, because they wanted to make, and Mark Zuckerberg's fortune is built off of advertising dollars. This has nothing to do with the First Amendment or censorship. It has to do with the Gap isn't going to run ads for their clothing, against a bunch of crazy, right-wing white supremacist lies, right? And that's why they policed their site, was to make it a friendly place for as many Fortune 500 advertisers as possible so they could make billions and billions of dollars from ad revenue. And that's why, like, you're seeing on X, right? Twitter used to make a ton of money, an obscene amount of money from ad revenue. But when Elon welcomed the schmazzies and everyone else to just say whatever and lie, he lost all the ad revenue and moved to a subscription model, right? And so that's why he was doing it. But they are implying over and over that, like, oh, the left was making us censor things and we were sort of being forced to. No, you were doing it to make money.
Administration and a new president coming in who are big defenders of free expression, and that makes a difference. One of the things we've experienced is that when you have a U.S. president and administration that's pushing for censorship, it just makes it open season for other governments around the world that don't even have the protections of the First Amendment to really put pressure on U.S. companies. We're going to work with President Trump to push back on that kind of thing around the world.
What he's saying is, this is scary stuff. He's not saying it out loud. What he's saying is Europe, right? Europe is fighting with Elon Musk for spreading they are thinking of banning X from Europe because of all the misinformation and disinformation, right? And they have problems with Mark Zuckerberg because of the same thing, and also because of data privacy, right? There are data privacy laws, in the EU to protect people, and they have a problem with the tech industry. Similar things are happening in South America, like, for instance, Brazil is one of them, like considering banning X for misinformation, disinformation, and data privacy issues. So that's what they're talking about. Like, they're basically full on aligning with Donald Trump and the right and saying they're calling it free expression. I guess spreading packs of lies that are harmful to groups of people or to people's health is now called free expression in the United States. The truth no longer matters, right? It's just everyone has the right to express themselves with as much disinformation and misinformation as possible. But again, I don't really mind the community note system. I actually like community notes because I think it works faster than like the fact check system. Like, when people are outraged by someone's lies, you'd be surprised how fast a community note will get slapped on someone. So I mean, Brazil, think about what happened in Brazil, which we know Trump had a lot to do with, right? They did the same thing that happened on January 6th. They tried the same thing in Brazil, but Brazil had a very different reaction, right? They slapped that down and it's not okay. Like, yeah, Brazil is actually fighting. So I told you, which I haven't seen Mark Zuckerberg in a while. Like, I guess he's just growing his hair out. I don't know what's going on with him. I think he's in a midlife. Mark Zuckerberg may be in a midlife crisis. We don't know. It's looking like it. So now you'll be able to hear how disturbing this is. This is Mark Zuckerberg's 5-part scheme of like, hey, I'm on Team Trump now. Let me give it to you straight. This is probably the most disturbing video. I mean, take solace in the fact that nobody is on Facebook, right? Like, it's almost like, Mark, nobody cares, right? You're speaking to who? Like 60-year-old MAGA people who want to tell lies on Facebook? Like, none of the rest of us are there. So, I mean, cool, Mark. I guess for 60-year-olds on Facebook, you guys can tell lies and spread misinformation and disinformation again. Like, the rest of us haven't been there for like 3 decades and we're never going back.
I want to talk about something important today because it's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook and Instagram.
Again, free expression is their new code for I'm going to let the right spread a pack of lies.
Building social media to give people a voice. I gave a speech at Georgetown 5 years ago about the importance of protecting free expression, and I still believe this today. But a lot has happened over the last several years. There's been widespread debate about potential harms from online content. Governments and legacy media have pushed to censor more and more. A lot of this is clearly political, but there's also a lot of legitimately bad stuff out there. Drugs, terrorism, child exploitation. These are things that we take very seriously, and
just need to call out the hypocrisy. And yes, Jess, what is he wearing and what's going on? I think Mark Zuckerberg is having a midlife crisis. He looks very strange. Like, he used to wear, like, when I worked in San Francisco, he wore like very fitted t-shirts. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's happening with Mark, but I don't know if he's trying to appear younger, but I don't know who his stylist is. Yeah, but he did not used to dress like this, for sure. And maybe we just haven't seen him for a while, but he definitely seems to be trying something out here. I don't know what's going on, but it's strange. But again, oh yeah, I was going back to the hypocrisy. This is a guy lobbying in Washington, D.C., along with the rest of the tech bros to kill bills to protect children on the internet. He's talking about child exploitation. Like, there's a great book, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who wrote it, but it's called The Anxious Generation. And it's basically all of this scientific analysis of the effects of the internet, right, on children, and what it's done to Gen Z, and how it's giving young girls eating disorders and all sorts of horrific things. And this guy is spending all of his money to kill that bill that's meant to protect children, right? The Surgeon General wanted to put like a warning label on the internet. I think it's Australia that passed a bill to ban like use from the internet. Yeah, because of the data that's coming out and what it is doing. Is that who wrote the book? Jonathan Haidt? If it is, cool. But yeah, I've read a couple chapters in it. Yeah, under 16. Australia passed a ban like under 16, which it probably won't go through. You can't really ban kids from the internet. You know what I mean? But it's symbolic. It's more symbolic than anything. It's to say, hey, we're recognizing, like, science is now showing us, data is now showing us how harmful the internet is for children. And it's literally changing their brains. Their mental health is not good. At least in Australia, those kids don't have to worry about mass tragedies in schools. We wonder why Gen Z is not well. Like, I love to hear boomers say, when I had 3 jobs and I have a pension and like I own 2 houses. Yeah, things were different, right? You guys put a bunch of conservative policies in place that have made upward mobility for Gen Z impossible. Then you made them do school pew-pew drills every day and worry if today was the day they would no longer be with us. Then you gave them unfettered access to the internet where they all were relentlessly bullied their entire lives. And now you're wondering what's wrong with them. I think Gen Z is doing great for what they've been through. Keep up the good work. It's a miracle you guys are even still functioning.
I want to make sure that we handle responsibly. So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people. And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back.
Prioritizing speech. Can we please remember what the First Amendment was? Like, this is delusion. You are a private corporation who was moderating content on your site so that advertisers would give you billions of dollars because you can't run ads for Fortune 500 American companies against a bunch of BS and lies and bigotry and things of that nature. That's what you were doing. You did it to make money. It has nothing to do with the First Amendment. Absolutely nothing.
To our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms. More specifically, here's what we're going to do.
Free expression.
First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes similar to X, starting in the US. After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy.
The legacy media wrote nonstop. I can't do this. Do you see what he's doing? He's trying to distance himself from the decisions he made for his own corporations. And is now, because the right hates the legacy media, trying to blame it on them for pointing out lies, right? That's what he's doing. This is absurd. This man made, I want to say billions, but I believe it's probably $1 trillion. If you looked at total ad revenue that Facebook has made, I mean, he made billions just off the 2016 election, letting Russia run misinformation and disinformation ads. This guy. He sold our data to Cambridge. You remember the Cambridge Analytica scandal? I mean, this guy is packaging and selling Americans' data to the highest bidder. I can't believe the hypocrisy of this.
We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US. So
what do facts have to do with political bias? Oh, yes, because how the Republicans win elections is by pathologically lying. That's what he's saying. Fact checkers are not biased. The truth is not biased. Like, we are in a hellscape. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, basically he's saying, hey, the conservatives are angry because they need to basically mislead the public in order to win elections, and we're going to make it easier for them to do that. Yeah, exactly. The truth is now political. That's what he just said. The truth is political. I've got to let the right muddy the waters so they can win.
For the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system. Second, we're going to simplify our content policies and get rid of a bunch of restrictions on topics like immigration and gender that are just out of touch with mainstream discourse. What started as a movement to be more inclusive has increasingly...
we're going to let bigotry and racism proliferate across Facebook again. That's what he literally just said. Did you hear what he said? I can't even believe he made this video. Like, how, and again, what are you wearing? Like that, why are you wearing that shirt? Why are you wearing that necklace? What's going on with your hair? We're not clear. I think we're witnessing a midlife crisis. But truly, that's what he said. I mean, please hear what he said. He said our stances on immigration and gender were out of touch with the mainstream. Like, that is a scary thing to say.
Second, we're going to simplify our content policies and get rid of a bunch of restrictions on topics like immigration and gender that are just out of touch with mainstream discourse. What started...
So we're not going to protect minority groups anymore. We're going to unleash the hounds and subject minority groups to hell on the internet. Cool. Sounds great. Let's get to it. Again, these are my opinions. I would not like to be sued.
The movement to be more inclusive has increasingly been used to shut down opinions and shut out people with different ideas, and it's gone too far. So I want to make sure that people can share their beliefs and experiences on our platforms. Third, we're changing how we enforce our policies to reduce the mistakes that account for the vast majority of censorship on our platforms. We used to have filters that scanned for any policy violation. Now, we're going to focus those filters on tackling illegal and high-severity violations. And for lower severity violations, we're going to rely on someone reporting an issue before we take action. The problem is that the filters make mistakes, and they take down a lot of content that they shouldn't. So by dialing them back, we're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platforms.
Dialing them back, we're going to reduce censorship. Hey, schmazzies, you're welcome, but we're not going to suppress your content anymore. They used to suppress, their algorithm suppressed content that was not factual. Right? And there have been like statistical analysis done. You can look this up. Like there are many statistical analyses that have been done on what kind of content was then suppressed. And like Ben Shapiro, Dan Bongino, like content like that was suppressed from people's feeds because it was not factual. Every 6 months, Dan Bongino tries to convince everyone the world's going to end. The algorithm found that not to be valuable information.
We're also going to tune our content filters to require much higher confidence before taking down content. The reality is that this is a trade-off. It means we're going to catch less bad stuff, but we'll also reduce the number of innocent people's posts and accounts that we accidentally take down.
We're going to catch less bad stuff. Hey, child exploitation, it's getting worse. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, Gen Z. It's getting worse for you. But I will say the good news about this, and I think he's about to say it, is they were for a while because, you know, what happened was because he wanted to protect the truth, not because I think he's some great warrior for the truth. I just want to be clear. As someone who comes from the advertising industry, it's a money-making strategy, right? Big advertisers will not give you the millions of dollars. You cannot they won't run ads against bigotry, right? So he was attempting to make his site a place that was very friendly to Fortune 500 advertisers. That's what he was doing. And so because of the reaction he got when he was suppressing medical misinformation and all this stuff, and people were pissed, his response to that was, we're just not recommending political content at all anymore. That's annoying for all of us, whether you're on the right or the left, right? They were basically not pushing political content and political posts into what we would call the For You page on TikTok. I can't remember what it's called on the gram anymore. I don't really hang out on the gram. It's so last year. I only move forward. As someone who works in the tech industry, I don't go backwards. The gram is so 10 years ago. So yeah, but I think now they are going to allow political content to be recommended again on Meta platforms. So that's actually good for all of us, I think.
Fourth, we're bringing back civic content. For a while, the community asked to see less politics because it was making people stressed. So we stopped recommending these posts. But it feels like we're in a new era now, and we're starting to get feedback that people want to see this content again. So we're going to start phasing this back into Facebook, Instagram, and Threads while working to keep the communities friendly and positive. Fifth, we're going to move our trust and safety and content moderation teams out of California, and our US-based content review is going to be based in Texas.
You heard that right. And I honestly, if you want to hear the last couple of minutes of this video, you have to go find it, because I got so angry at this part that I stopped recording. Because what he basically goes on to say, or I think I have like 30 more seconds recorded, and then I was like, I can't listen to any more of this. Like, he basically goes on to say that, like, the right MAGA, who are a bunch of delusional conspiracy theorists who don't understand how algorithms work, because this is not, most of this is all done by an algorithm, right? It's not Joe and Billy sitting there like suppressing posts. But he said he is moving the people that work in content moderation. They are moving them out of California to Austin, Texas, like where Elon is, because he says basically the right will trust them more if they're not in California, a blue state. I mean, critical thinking is gone. Critical thinking is gone. Oh, we literally, and that is something the right would say. Oh, that's, TikTok had to do that. They were like, we will keep users data, United States TikTok users data in Texas. Does that make you guys feel better? I mean, do you understand? It's living in servers. Not, but hey, if we tell you the data's if the physical servers are in Texas, does that make a difference? And apparently, to people who do not understand technology, it does. But really, what's happening is, I just want to be clear. Like, when I worked in the tech industry, I was technically an employee. I had a desk in San Francisco. I had a desk in our New York office, but I was an employee in Arizona, because for every California employee, they can hire like 2 employees in a place like Texas or Arizona, because payroll taxes are so high in places like California and New York. So this has been, what he's doing is cutting costs and, jobs, and moving them from California to a place where he can make more money. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, don't think this is so delusional that we even have to listen to him say these things. But again, I think there's like 20 more seconds of this BS before I cut it off.
5th, we're going to move our trust and safety and content moderation teams out of California, and our US-based content review is going to be based in Texas. As we work to promote free expression, I think that it will help us build trust to do this work in places where there is less concern about the bias of our teams. Finally, we're going to work.
He's like, there's more bigots in Texas. Yeah, if we hire more bigots, which is not true. There are bigots in California. There are people who are not bigots in California. There are people in Texas who are bigots. There are people in Texas who are not bigots. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you? This is delusional. Just say, I don't want to pay California payroll taxes. Just say that.
With President Trump, to push back on governments around the world that are going after American companies and pushing to censor more. The U.S. has the strongest constitutional protections for everyone.
Oh, that's where I had to cut it off. Sorry, I just couldn't take anymore. There's probably like a minute and 30 seconds more of that video, and states' rights, brother. That's right. Absolutely. But this is the tech bros have sold out. Which I mean, who cares? Whatever. It's all about money, right? This is all about the consolidation of an oligarchy. And know that this is a strategy, right? While the average MAGA person is like, yeah, my Facebook posts aren't going to be suppressed anymore. I can be a bigot. What's happening is this is a man who is robbing all of us. It doesn't matter if you're right, if you're MAGA and far right, or you're a leftist. We are all being robbed by billionaires. While he's giving you this bone and saying, hey, I'm going to let you guys be bigots on my social media platforms. in real time, they're laughing at us and robbing us. Like, that is what's important. When they throw you these stupid bones and say, hey, you guys can spread medical misinformation and hate on meta platforms again. See, don't say we never gave you anything, but don't worry. I'm still lobbying for H-1B visas. I'm still going to outsource high-paying American jobs in real time. I am still going to lobby for to have net neutrality overturned. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is a joke. Do not think that you have won, MAGA, if you are listening. This is all a distraction. Hey, I'm going to let people argue about who should be in what bathroom. That's what they want. They want us all looking at disturbing posts in our For You feeds and fighting each other, so we don't focus on the fact that we are all being robbed by these people. We need to stop fighting culture wars and go after who is taking all of our money. Stop worrying about who's in what bathroom. Like, Mag is like, oh yeah, now we can be bigots again on the internet. Who cares? We're all being robbed. Focus on what matters. Follow the money. Delete Facebook now is a thing. I don't know. I mean, are any of us on Facebook? God knows. I have a Facebook. You know, like, that's how if I ever had to contact like my bigot religious friends from childhood that I was forced to go to private evangelical religious school with, like, that's where I would go to message one of them. You know what I mean? Like, but I haven't logged into it in years. I think it might be deactivated. I don't even know. But yeah, like, if you're using Facebook, we should all be stopping. I'm not saying you have to necessarily delete it, but you don't need it anymore. We need to move on. Time has marched on. And that's how we can hurt Mark Zuckerberg, is by not being on his social media platforms. Even Threads. Like, Threads was supposed to be what Blue Sky is now, a kind of a safer space where the truth mattered. No. You said, or fight back on Facebook. No, I need to explain, because this is a thing that people are confused about. Fighting back equals engagement. That means Mark Zuckerberg is winning, right? You don't fight back, you leave. You don't engage. You don't press any buttons, right? That's you starve them of engagement. Fighting back is engagement, right? Engagement fuels the internet. We don't fight back. We don't do anything. We don't touch any buttons. We starve them of engagement. That's how you punish somebody who owns social media sites, by never clicking on anything that they own ever again. Right? That's why it's funny to me when MAGA is like harassing people in lives. It's like, do you not get it? You are engaging. You're helping the person whose live it is. Okay, so let's move on to the next crisis, which is this reconciliation bill, what Trump is referring to as a big, beautiful bill, right? They're going to try to jam through this huge bill. Well, first they have to do something about the debt ceiling, and then they're going to try to jam this bill through, probably all at once, right? So Mike Johnson was talking about this yesterday.
Speaker, you talk about the unity of the conference, but there is some dissension over how to handle the debt ceiling. That's been a priority for President Trump to deal with right away. How quickly do you want to address the debt ceiling, and what fashion do you see a remedy here to that issue that the president wants to see done as soon as possible?
Well, the intention is to handle the debt limit in reconciliation in the process, and that way, as the Republican Party, the party in charge of both chambers, we then get to determine the details of that. If it runs through regular order and regular process and as a standalone or as part of the appropriations, for example, then you have to have both parties negotiating. And
what he's saying is the reason we're going to do a reconciliation bill, the reason we're going against everything we said we stood for, which were standalone single bills, is because if we do it this way, we can cut the Democrats out completely. They have no say. We don't have to negotiate with them. We can give them absolutely nothing, and we can jam this bill through with just our majority. And most importantly, bypass the Senate filibuster. That's why they want to do this in one or two reconciliation bills. They want to bypass the Senate filibuster so they don't have to give the left one thing that we want.
Feel like we're in better stead to do it ourselves. So there is a broad range of opinion on that in our own conference, and we are working.
Yes, thank you. That would have been a better way for me to say it, Snowy Mittens. Yes, only simple majority required, right? That's what they want with the reconciliation bill. Only they have the simple majority in both the House and the Senate. They want to bypass the filibuster, so they will give us absolutely nothing. That's why you keep hearing these words, big, beautiful bill and reconciliation bill. It is to cut the left out of negotiations entirely. Oh, and I think, this is from Ron Filipkowski. He was talking about this on Substack. The primary reason why they want to do it that way is because a reconciliation bypasses the Senate filibuster. Therefore, they can pass their entire agenda without needing a single Democratic vote. It's super annoying. But I will say this, and I think we should consider this a good thing. And again, never believe a word conservatives say. Right? If we've learned one thing, I do not care what this man is saying. I do not care what Trump is saying. All we do is watch their patterns of behavior. And their pattern of behavior is very clear. Whatever they are saying is a distraction, and they are probably trying to do or going to do the opposite. Right? But I think there are some people on the right that are getting very nervous, namely MAGA, about their Social Security and their Medicare. So at a press conference yesterday, Mike Johnson was reassuring MAGA that they're not going to take their precious Social Security and Medicare. Meanwhile, every Republican in the Senate and House are daily talking about cutting Social Security and Medicare.
Part of that, are you open at all to cuts to entitlement programs, specifically to Medicare?
No, look, the president has made very clear Social Security and Medicare have to be preserved. And we are not, no one is coming in with the intention of cutting benefits in any way or anything. But
they just have been talking about it every single day, relentlessly.
We have to look at all spending and look at it very deliberately while maintaining those commitments. The Republican Party is not going to cut benefits, okay?
Here comes the word salad. Here's where he's like, we're not going to cut benefits. I'm just going to say a bunch of very strange things that still sound like I might cut benefits.
We've made that very clear over and over and over, and that's the commitment of the White House and the commitment of this Republican conference. We do know, however, at the same time, there are many, many areas of fraud, waste, and abuse. The government is too large. The agencies are too many. They have too many divisions and employees and all the rest, and there'll be a very deliberate auditing of all of that in various aspects as we go through the process. The DOGE initiative, the project, is going on simultaneously, and we'll be dovetailing all that together.
Let's start with all of the welfare that Elon Musk gets. If you are worth $500 billion, you don't need our tax dollars anymore. You are worth $500 billion. You don't need government welfare anymore. We need to start with the government contracts that Elon Musk is getting. That's number one. That is now waste. You have $500 billion. You can subsidize whatever. If you want to go to Mars, use your $500 billion that you've gotten off our backs, off American infrastructure that our tax dollars built, such as the internet. You're welcome, Elon. You're continuing to benefit from American infrastructure that is built off our tax dollars. You now have made it to $500 billion in wealth. You don't need any more government welfare. So if you are doing the right thing, you are the richest man in the world, You would cut out the government contracts you're getting. I personally don't give a about going to Mars. You know what I would like? To be able to go to the doctor. Every other developed country in the world has universal health care, and we're supposed to pay for some delusional man to play around and try to go to Mars. We don't need Mars. We need medicine. We need health care in this country. That's what we need to focus on. So, like, I can't even hear this stuff. Every time I hear the word Doge, I get violently angry. He named it, he's manipulating cryptocurrency values with the name of the GD committee. I can't even deal with it. Sorry. I digress. That's another story for another time. Now we have to move on to, God, can you even do this? Now that we have 320 people, I'll show it. I'm going to show the Claudia Scheinbaum clip in a little bit again. But yeah, we have to talk about Trump's new obsession, which again, this is a distraction. A bunch of billionaires are robbing us. Trump is talking about, again, remember he was elected. How many times did you hear the phrase "no new wars"? Biden's a warmonger. Now we have to listen to press conferences where he's threatening to not even just go to war to defend us, to attack our NATO allies, to attack our direct neighbors to the north and south, and will not guarantee when asked that he won't use military force to do that. I mean, you can't write this stuff. This is his post from yesterday. Many people in Canada love being the 51st state. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits. Again, Trump doesn't understand trade deficits. There's no problem with a trade deficit. The reason we have trade deficits is because we're consumers, right? We're the end of the trade triad, right? Like, somebody explain to him how the global economy, how globalism works. He doesn't understand. And subsidies. I pulled up, you can look, I think it's foreignassistance.gov. I believe that's the actual site. You can go to foreignassistance.gov. You can look up to the cent how much money we're giving every country in the world. And those are, I think, what he means by subsidies. We're giving Canada barely anything. So I think he does, when he refers to these billions of dollars, I think he means a trade deficit, which is not a problem, right? They don't take our exports because of the value of our dollar and how expensive they are. We all import goods from where? It's trade triads start in third world countries, right? We steal natural resources and labor from third world countries, like slave labor and minerals and natural resources. Then we make products in places like China with slave labor. Then we ship them over here to be consumed. Nobody, right? What he's saying is, oh, they should take American made products. No, ours are too expensive. Our labor is too expensive. Our materials are too expensive. That's why our exports are too expensive, coupled with the value of the American dollar being so high. That's why no one takes our exports. They're extremely expensive. Do we use American goods primarily? No, we import cheap shit from China. That's how trade triads work. This man's delusional. Totally. Look what he says here at the end. There would be no tariffs, taxes would go way down, and they would be totally secure from the threat of Russian and Chinese ships that are constantly surrounding them. We already work in concert, right? Like, we're already defending North America with our Air Force in concert with Canada's, and our Navy. Like, this is already happening. So I don't know what he means by that. And I think Ron Filipkowski got it right. So Trump, put this delirious post about MAGA about Greenland. I am hearing that the people of Greenland are MAGA. Do you understand? There are indigenous people in Greenland who have been colonized, right? There are indigenous people who have been colonized, like the indigenous people we stole America from. Then there's Danish people there. There's only 60,000 humans there total. So I don't know what he's talking about. My son, Don Jr., and various representatives will be traveling there to visit some of the most magnificent areas and sites. Greenland is an incredible place, and the people will benefit tremendously if and when it becomes part of our nation. We will protect it and cherish it from a very vicious outside world. And by protect and cherish, what he means is, I have promised people in the gas and oil industry and other billionaires that they can grape the land and steal all of the minerals and natural resources and offshore drill. And if that's protecting it, is exploiting it for its natural resources and running it into the ground, then yes, we will protect it. Like, come on. This is just another land grab from corporate America. This is why you're seeing all of these billionaires huddle around Trump. He's promised them all part of these spoils. It's just another place of untapped natural resources. Pretty soon, depending on if we're all still alive, the way things are going, when Antarctica starts melting, they're going to be doing the same thing about Antarctica. Oh, I love this. Right? So he posted this, the crazy Greenland thing. Have you guys seen this? And this, okay, I'll show you the clip. So he posted, I read you this clip, make Greenland great, or this post. And underneath, right, Don Jr. and Charlie Kirk flew into Greenland yesterday on Dump Force One. And they are recording this guy who turns out to be a illicit substance trafficker. You cannot write this stuff.
So, like, if you could tell Trump anything, what would it be?
Buy us.
Buy Greenland?
Buy Greenland.
Why do you want Trump to buy Greenland?
Because we don't want to be colonized by Danish government anymore. We get ripped every year about our minerals from.
This is a European Danish man saying he does not want to be colonized. Like, you are not an indigenous person. What in God's name are you talking about? You don't want to be, you are a Caucasian man. You don't want to be colonized. Why don't we ask the indigenous people who nobody asked if they want to be colonized? You're just a Danish man. You're a European man who's hanging out in Greenland. You cannot make this stuff up. Oh, he's not a paid actor. He recently got out of prison. We'll get to who this guy is. I don't know where to find these people. I mean, you got to look at like who's probably hanging out in a place like Greenland. Like right now, they're getting like 4 hours of daylight a day. These are very harsh conditions. Like, why would someone be there anyways? Well, it turns out, yeah, no indigenous. That's what I'm saying. And as someone like I'm part Mexican indigenous. Sorry, Joanna, you can come up here. I tried to click I noticed you were requesting. I tried to click. Oh wait, maybe you still are. Hold on. Oh, you still are. Sorry, TikTok Studio looks weird. I thought you were gone. Yeah, like I'm part of the Yaqui tribe. I'm Mexican indigenous. I don't think personally, like if I went to the Pascua Yaqui reservation was like, hey, do you care which European colonizers are colonizing you? The answer is no. Like, nobody. Oh, let's switch oppressors. I don't think it matters. Sorry. Hey, Joanna.
Yeah, we don't want to be colonized. Sir, you are the colonizer. What are you talking about? This is all insanity. Just like all of the oppression, the wealthy people just, they just have such a huge tax burden. They just need to pay less taxes. It's like, no, all of this is the upside down. And I need the Soma. Like, I need to call Danielle so she can get in the lab and make us all Soma because this is overwhelming and I'm annoyed. But quick commercial break, everybody. Shout out to all the tapping fingers. They're also yapping fingers, and that's fine as long as they're also tapping. And y'all have been doing a great job tapping. We aren't at 150K yet, but I know that y'all can get there super duper quick. So let's do that and surpass it and get to 200 because y'all have been really showing me on the path.
We're good. Puzzle piece handled.
handled. Oh, I miss Scandal. We need Olivia Pope to come and fix everything because this hellscape
Well, you know,
that
the
we're
whole
in.
premise of Scandal was like, there is this, there's like the CIA and there's intelligence agencies, but there is even more, there's this even, I can't remember what they called it on Scandal. It had some acronym, but there's an even more secret agency whose job is to prevent things like what's happening with Donald Trump, And it's like, God, if only that was true, you guys need to get to work and do something about what's going on. Oh, yeah, I did meet Kerry Washington like 3 times. Thank you, Gumps. That was one of the benefits for working for Kamala's campaign. I got to meet not just Kerry Washington, but what's the guy's name from Scandal? Do you guys remember when I met him? Oh, what is his name? Was it Puck? He's like Latino, he's like Hispanic. Yeah, I met him. Not Tony Goldwyn. I did not meet Tony Goldwyn. God, I would have loved that. I did not. I met Carrie. I met Huck, not Puck. Why did I say Puck? Yes, Huck. Yes, and he spoke. It was the same time I met Kamala's husband. I have a picture with him somewhere. He was amazing. Yeah, he's really smart, really nice, really cool. Sorry, but
everybody on this show seems so great. But no, yeah, everybody keep doing all the things. Once again, if you want to link to the Discord, send a message to the Dark Felice account that's right below me. Dark Felice is super pretty, like in that evil, sinister, I'm gonna punch you in the face, but you're gonna enjoy it type of way. And then we have Light Felice that brings us all these amazing facts with her big brain, even though we hate to hear it, but we gotta laugh to keep from crying or, running outside in the freezing cold and just sitting there crisscross applesauce and letting nature take its course, right? So y'all keep doing all the beautiful things. Once again, if you see a nice little poll on the blue and white notebook in the upper left-hand corner, make sure to answer the questions that are up there because it lets TikTok know that you're enjoying what you're seeing. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel so that you can get all these phenomenal replays, do that as well. If you want to send Felice a couple coins so she can read a comment or because you love the content, we also love that. Cash App and Venmo at A Girl Has No Name. And continue doing all the great things, people, because the people receipts are going to keep receipting. Thank you.
I'm finding that picture. Thank you so much, Joanna. I'm finding that picture. Hold on. I'm almost there. I have so many. I should show you guys all the things I did during the election. Some of you were there every step of the way. So some of you would be bored with it, but here, I'm going to find the picture of Huck and Kerry Washington. Oh, wait, if I can. Oopsies. Sorry. I just added my photo. I met Tim Walz. He was really cool. Oh, here's when I met Kamala. I'll add this one too. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm almost to Huck. I'm going backwards. Okay, almost there. Where is he? Oh, there's Doug Emhoff. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, he was probably one of my favorite people I've met. He was like huggy too. Like he's gay and super cool. Like I didn't know he was gay and so fabulous. Here, okay. I'll show you guys these really quick and then we can go back to the hellscape that is whatever Trump's up to. Why are these not being added? Oh my gosh, what slideshow did I just add these? Save? Hold on. This looks like a mess, but it's not, I promise. Maybe I'll just go there myself. Hopefully no one sees anything weird, because I added these to the slideshow, I thought. But maybe it's taking a little longer. Here, I'll just show you guys some of this. Here's where I met Kamala. She was super cool. I met her a couple of times, but I mean, this is the only time I took a photo with her. And she was so nice to everyone. She's a really nice person. I wanted to show you. Oh, here's when I met Doug Emhoff. He was on the live. This is Huck. I don't know which one to show you. He's super cool, though. Remember Scandal? Scandal is one of my favorite shows. So he was so awesome to meet. And he's a great speaker. I don't know. He was really inspiring to me. Like I said, I didn't know he was part of the LGBTQIA, and I don't know. I found him super inspiring, and he talked to me for a long time. You know, when you like meet people and you get the impression that they want you to leave them alone and stop talking. This is when I met Jennifer Garner. Someone said they remember that. Remember Jennifer Garner's super nice too. She was so nice to everyone. And she's a great speaker. Remember when I was skinnier? God, this is actually depressing me and making me think. Oh, remember when we met Ruben Gallego? Ruben Gallego is great. Oh, I love Ruben. He's our new senator. He's the junior senator in Arizona now. Yeah, it was either him or Carrie Lake. We chose Ruben. Everybody in Arizona chose Ruben. It was not a hard choice. Oh, let's see. This is when I met Kerry Washington. Here's me and Jasmine Crockett. She's awesome. And then this is when I met Kerry Washington. I didn't take a picture of her, but she was just like
introduce one other friend who's with us, Glenn Close.
And then Glenn Close, like Kerry Washington's like, oh, I brought some friends, and it was like really cool people. And then Glenn Close just came up. We were in a room like 50 square feet, and Glenn Close just gave us all a motivational speech before we went and knocked on doors. Like look.
And Glenn Close is a legend. I had the privilege of working with Glenn this summer. And I'm so thrilled that she's here. I want her to say a little something to you guys too. I know we're short on time, but
this was literally, we were going to go knock on doors, and Glenn Close just was like, I'm going to go knock on doors. Anyways, but I digress. Sorry, my brain is a little off today. I'm all over the place, but keep tapping the screen. Let's get back to the actual story we need to talk about. Hold on, give me 1 second. We were on Greenland. Yeah, someone said, I think that guy was paid. I agree. I don't think any of these people, these photo ops, I mean, these were clear, what I would call campaign photo ops, right? Like they found people who would do pro MAGA photo ops. There's only 60,000 people in Greenland, right? And they had like a few people. They had like a little room of probably 20 people at this, like, I don't know what lunch you want to call it. And this guy was talking, right?
So like, if you could tell Trump anything, what would it be?
Buy us.
Buy Greenland?
Buy Greenland.
Why do you want Trump to buy Greenland?
Because we don't want to be colonized by Danish government anymore.
Oh yeah, they gave them the hats 100%. This is completely staged photo op, right? Like that's what this is. They rounded up people and they were like, do you want free food and like a hat? Or maybe, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they gave them more money, but yeah, like these aren't these people's hats. Like none of this is real. This is PR 101. This is completely staged.
Every year about our minerals from Greenland. We are the richest nation in the world, and we don't get to use it. Denmark's using us too much.
Do you like America?
Denmark's using us too much. One of the best, like they actually have like the highest rate of happiness, like one of the best education systems, highest life expectancy, best social safety net, universal healthcare, and you're not being used by Denmark. Now, maybe if we heard from some of the indigenous people who are actually being used by European colonizers, like this would mean more. But the best part of this, right, is they did all this. And then this guy turns out to be a smuggler, like all over the internet. And he's literally a smuggler. Like, he has a long rap sheet. If anyone wants to look it up, you could just take a screenshot of this article and look it up on your own time. But that's why I'm saying, by like, why are you living in Greenland where no one else is? And like, just saying, like, it turns out this guy who's all over Fox News, and they're like, look at this great guy who wants us to take over Greenland. Yeah, not so great a person. Like, that's what you can't write this stuff. Like, you literally cannot. He's a voice support. Oh wait, so this is Timmy Zeeb, who's on Trump's profile, has been made the face of Greenlanders' desire to become part of the United States. He has a long list of convictions behind him. Most striking is a verdict from 2019 where Timmy Zeeb was sentenced to 4 years in prison, which, just to be clear, I just want to be clear, 4 years in prison outside of the United States is a long time. Right? Because they don't incarcerate people like we do here. 4 years is a long prison sentence. Right? So, I mean, just saying, this guy apparently has a very long rap sheet and has done a lot of things. Trump literally posted this photo of Dump Force One landing. Tap the screen, share the live. Sorry, we got a little off track. Share the live, gift, like. I'm going to reset the live goal. Con Air, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, and it's so, they were wearing these jackets that are like, what was it called? Trump used to have like a defunct airline that went out of business. Was it called Trump Shuttle? I can't remember, but it's almost like he's reviving like the old symbol. I'm like, is Trump going to try to go back into the transit industry? God, I hope not. So Trump called in. This is like, they rounded up these people and gave them MAGA hats to wear. Oopsies. They rounded up these people, gave them MAGA hats to wear. And then Trump, Charlie Kirk and Dodd Jr., Trump calls in and gives them all like the weirdest motivational speech.
It needs security for itself, but it also needs security very much for the world. The location really, you see the people and the ships sailing around, and they're not the right ships, and they're not the ships you want to know about. So we need security, and our country needs it, and the whole world needs it.
Yes.
You're so strategically located.
Yeah.
So it's really imperative.
You are right.
I just want to thank everybody.
You guys like that, right?
No one likes it. It's super weird. What do you mean they need security? And when you hear them saying we need security, like there's like an Arctic Federation of countries who own countries that are in the Arctic zone. When they say we need security, what they're talking about is, as the polar ice caps melt, right, there's very valuable minerals underneath: gold, silver, all sorts of things. And there's going to be a huge land grab, right? Especially the North Pole, right? The ice cap is melting fast, a lot faster than the South Pole. And that's what they're talking about. There's about to be a huge land grab and possibly a war. And so when Trump's talking about why do we need security up there, that is what they're talking about. They're talking about corporations are going to fight for a bunch of minerals. Trump is Lucifer's son. I'm sorry. I just reading a comment. That was not my own thought. That was just me reading what someone had wrote. And these are the stupid photo ops, which I have something funny to show you. Like, this was finally Don Jr.'s chance to get daddy's love. Like, that's all I could think when I saw this. Like, finally Don Jr. is being posted on his dad's like feed. He's like, I've done it. Maybe he'll hug you soon. This could be finally Don Jr. Maybe. See what I'm talking about? This is like the old logo. See how it says Trump Force One, and it's kind of blurry so you can't see it, but it's almost like a T with like a wing. There used to be this defunct, one of Trump's many bankrupt companies was called like Trump Shuttle. And I don't know if he's like bringing it back, but yeah, that's like, it's an old logo of like a bankrupt Trump company. But yeah, this was finally, oh, look, they actually did have they lured some indigenous children to this lunch and were like, put these hats on and take a picture with us. That's so gross. Like, if you care about indigenous people, like if you care, then you would give them their land back. You wouldn't be trying to steal Greenland so we can, profit off the mineral. So, excuse me. And just note that when MAGA is like, oh yeah, let's steal Greenland, it's got a lot of wealth, we're not going to benefit. If Trump was like, hey, let's go steal Greenland and then I'm going to give everyone universal health care, that's a different story. We are not benefiting from anything. Billionaires will get richer. We will lose more wealth. We will be in poverty. Nothing good is happening for us. Period. This is for billionaires who want to get richer. And then they could be like, America's number one, not us, not the middle class. We can't even go to the doctor. Oh, and then Elon Musk replied. So Trump or Don Jr. is like posting on X, and Elon Musk, of course, the richest man in the world who probably wants to benefit off the minerals that are underneath the melting ice, says, if the people of Greenland want to be part of America, which I hope they do, they would be most welcome. If these people want to deport birthright citizens and other naturalized citizens, like I don't know if you guys have heard, but they're talking about deporting people who are in school who were sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, like students at universities in America. So it's hard for me. Elon Musk, why don't we deport him? Stop acting like you're in charge of this. So then Don Jr. is finally doing something to make his daddy happy. And he gets his spot on Hannity. Finally, Don Jr. is like gets a spot on mainstream media last night to talk about this.
Just amazing. They're obviously part of Denmark, but Denmark doesn't allow them to utilize their natural resources. So many of these young kids coming up and telling us on a daily basis, when we go to Denmark, we're treated like second and third class citizens. They tell us to go home.
So exactly what we do to indigenous people in America? Is that what you're saying? What happens to brown and black people and indigenous people in America is what Denmark's doing to them? Interesting. Is he serious? We are talking about mass deporting immigrants. What he is saying is indigenous people in Greenland are saying we get no respect from our European colonizers. We don't respect indigenous people here. We're trying to deport immigrants who are contributing to our society. Like the fact they're acting like I guarantee you, whatever's happening to you in Denmark, it's going to be worse here. Have you read the news?
On a daily basis, when we go to Denmark, we're treated like second and third class citizens. They tell us to go home. There seems to be quite a bit of racism there. They just want to live their best life, just like we want to live.
No racism here. We're not racist. Everything will be fine. No racism here. It'll be totally fine. While we're robbing you, there won't be any racism. Like, is this a joke?
Ours in America and utilize the resources that we have in the ground. Not surprisingly, Sean, the Danish media, they tell us, has spent a long time, ever since my father started talking about this in his first administration, creating, very negative views about America to try to create the narrative and create a sentiment against this from happening. But from what I saw,
I don't think anyone needs to create negative views of America. Yeah, and blame the media. I don't think anyone needs to create negative views. You're accusing Denmark of racism? Yeah, said the Nepo baby Caucasian man on Fox News. Are you fucking kidding me? We are in hell.
On the ground, and we were there basically the entirety of the daylight there, which is short this time of year, but still amazing. Everyone was really into this concept. They loved it, and they love America. They love MAGA. They love Trump. It was awesome.
All 16 people we gave free hats to were very into this concept. Like, oh my God, I can't even talk about this.
If you look at Greenland, for example, if the people there are being treated horribly, I would bet the people would probably vote for an alliance with the U.S. And guess what? I think it would be in their best interest. Or if you want to talk about...
Yeah, and that's what you need to understand about this. Because Denmark has real democracy and much better functioning democracy, Scandinavian democracy provides much more freedom, right? And much more direct democracy. So actually, the reason I think they're doing this, or there are elections coming up at some point, like in the next 6 months. It works differently. It's similar to Canada. Like, it depends on when they call elections. But yeah, they could vote by referendum to leave Denmark. Like, that's what I think Trump is actually trying to do. I think he's trying, similar to when Scotland was going to leave the UK. Like, that's what they're trying to, like, manipulate Greenland into doing. And then we steal them? I don't know. But, like, you think it'll be better to be part of America? I bet you guys can go to the doctor. You won't be able to if we steal you. We'll just be stealing all the resources out from under your feet. We will be paying you nothing for them. And then any sort of social safety net you were benefiting from in Scandinavian democracy, you will no longer have. Namely, healthcare, subsidized education, all of that, childcare, subsidized childcare, all of that will be gone.
About Canada. Canada doesn't have American money. Donald Jr., guess what? They're in trouble. If they don't have a trade deficit with us, they're in trouble.
Well, 100%. I think all of these nations, what we've watched over the last 4 years, Sean, is when America is weak, when we don't have leadership, when in whatever leadership we do have is feckless, the world goes to hell. It crumbles. Dictators take advantage of it. People invade their neighbors. When America leads with resolve and with strength and from the front, we can do amazing things.
If you look at Greenland, for example, if the people there are being treated horribly, I would bet the people would probably vote for an alliance with the U.S. And guess what? I think it would be in their best interest. Or if you want to talk about Canada, Canada doesn't have American money. Donald Jr., guess what? They're in trouble. If they don't have a trade deficit with us, they're in trouble.
This is insane. Sorry. And I thought this was perfect. Ron Filipkowski posted this. This is what Don Jr. is doing. If you know, and unfortunately I had to go to religious school, so I've read the Bible. This is the prodigal son. That's what he's doing. He's finally trying to impress his daddy and getting the credit he's always wanted. That's what's going on here. Don Jr. is finally trying to impress daddy. And it's not going to work, right? You did you did one thing. He still never has loved you. He's not going to start. And I'm not saying that out of bitterness to Don Jr. I was raised by a narcissist. You're only as good as the last time you transact with them. Like, they're incapable of loving you. Just because today you did one thing that he likes, tomorrow he'll forget who you are again. But this is Don Jr.'s finest moment. Finally, he was useful to his dad. Oh my God. And this is real life. Like, this is the shit that was being said on Fox News yesterday. Tap the screen. Can we get to 200K? Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping, and share the live. Let's try to get people in here. I'm trying to get back up to 500 subs. I think I had like 487 when I started the live. If you can subscribe, it would be much appreciated.
It actually is not the first time this has happened. They're calling the president-elect bananas and crazy for coming up with this idea. But by the way, this is not the first time that America's tried to buy Greenland. Back in 1867, Democratic President Harry Truman tried to buy Greenland for 100.
Yes, Harry Truman, the guy that ultimately decided to drop the atom bomb. Yes, he was president in 1867, the pioneer days. That's when we were dropping the atom bomb on Japan. Does anybody hear how dumb the people on Fox News are? Harry Truman was not, in fact, president in 1867. We are in a nightmare. Thank you so much. Was that Annie? Thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate it so much. Post Civil War, Harry Truman. Yes, he led us through the Civil War, as we know. We all love Harry Truman for his guidance through the Civil War and Reconstruction. Let's all thank Harry Truman for guiding us through the Civil War and Reconstruction. Or wait, none of that happened.
$1 million, which would be about a bill in our day and age, $1 billion. Didn't happen. Obviously, still very important. And as you mentioned, Jesse.
Yes, didn't happen. That was the smartest thing she said this whole time. Didn't happen. She got community noted. See, at least community notes work. Harry S. Truman was not U.S. president in 1867. Truman was president from 1945 to 1953. Truman never expressed interest in buying Greenland. In 1867, the U.S. Secretary of State under President Andrew Johnson expressed interest in purchasing Greenland, but no offer was made. And yes, let's cancel the Department of Education because we seem to be doing so well. Why wouldn't we cancel the Department of Education? It makes perfect sense. Thank you so much for the subs. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 200K. We're almost there. I know. I was going to repeat what you said. I was thinking that you were right. I forgot Andrew Johnson, too. I couldn't remember the name either. That's why I didn't say anything, because I was like, I can't exactly remember who it is, so I'm not saying it. Oh, here we go. I thought this was a good comment. This was underneath it. And it said, and this is a good article too. Greenland's government has twice rebuffed, which is true. I mean, they have made it very clear this is never going to happen. So unless Trump is going to use the U.S. military and start a war with a NATO ally, this is not happening. Greenland's not for sale. They've made it clear. Because, they obviously have Scandinavian democracy, but they still have like a king. And I was reading European news, and the king has made Greenland on his coat of arms like twice the size, like in the last week. They are not going to sell us Greenland. It is worth untold riches that are underneath that ice. Trump is going to have to start a war. He's going to have to use U.S. troops. Remember how much MAGA said Trump's no new wars, no new wars. Trump's all about peace. Remember that when Trump tries to start these wars to steal the Panama Canal back and to steal a bunch of minerals for his billionaire friends and himself. Oh yeah, this is the quote from the Danish PM Frederiksen. He made it clear today that they will not be selling or handing over Greenland to the U.S. and said Greenland Prime Minister, I'm not even going to try, has assured her that there is no support for that among the vast majority of people in the territory. Greenland has just under 60,000 people and has had self-rule since 1979 with their own parliament. So they actually have their own individual government. Imagine that. Like, at least I love that they think, well, they don't. Trump is lying and saying the people of Greenland would want to be part of the U.S. I think all we need to say is you're giving up your health care and that will end. Although it is still part of Denmark and that country provides military and foreign policy for the island, Greenland has the ability, this is what I was telling you guys, Greenland has the ability to gain complete independence from Denmark if they wish by referendum, which could possibly happen during their elections this April. That may be what Trump and his minions are trying to influence, which could also explain why Charlie Kirk were on the trip. They would be fools. to abandon Scandinavian democracy. This is some more BS Trump posted, right? This is just saying this is a map of Canada and the United States and Greenland, and saying, oh, look, it's all America. And this is from Ben Meiselas. He said, wake up. All of this is to distract you. I could not agree more. Prices are not getting lower. Housing is not being solved. There is no Ukraine peace deal. He is a weapon of mass distraction. That is what we need to call Donald Trump forever and all time. A weapon of mass distraction. That is my favorite phrase I've ever heard. That's all this is. He's distracting us with a bunch of BS while billionaires consolidate wealth, increase the wealth gap, and rob us. And it is our job, whether we like it or not, to get MAGA to understand who is stealing from them. Because otherwise we are trapped in this hellscape where MAGA's like, we've kept trans people out of bathrooms, we're winning. No, you're not winning. We're all being robbed. Or we stole the Panama Canal back. Look at us winning. No, if they said, hey, we're going to take the Panama Canal back and we're going to charge every boat that goes through there a shitload of money, and then we're going to use that, right, to give the American people health care, then we would be winning. We win nothing. This is just Trump and other billionaires robbing us and telling the dumbest of us all that they're winning, and them being on the internet being like, you lost, be quiet. No, we're all losing. We're all still getting robbed. While MAGA's going around being like, Trump won, we won. You won nothing, idiot. Like, please, you've won nothing. We're all being robbed by the same people. We're all trapped in the same boat, and we have to educate some of our boatmates. That's our only hope of survival and getting out of this problem. Yeah, going around on the internet and yelling Trump won is not a flex. He's robbing you too. This is the shit Trump's posting, and MAGA's like, we're winning. You're not winning anything. Has Trump offered you a piece of this pie? Our tax dollars will pay for it, right? We fund the military with our tax dollars. Really think about that. If we're going to take over territories, shouldn't part of the spoils go to the American people who fund the military? They are not offering us anything. Yeah, threatening sovereign nations is definitely not cool. Tell that to Donald Trump, though. Like, I don't think he cares, but I could not agree more. And I just want to be clear. I think I know what this is. This is what Jesse Waters was saying multiple times on Fox News yesterday. And he's serious.
Canada. At first I wanted it, and I tried to divide it into 2 states. Mm-hmm. And then I realized we'd be adding Montana, basically, for the Republicans, and electorally like a Texas for the Democrats. Mm-hmm. And I don't like that. But the fact that they don't want us to take them over makes me want to invade. I want to quench my imperialist thirst.
When MAGA's like, yeah, good idea. If you're not benefiting at all, if you're not getting anything from this, but you're funding it with your tax dollars and you think you're winning, you're not smart. I could tell you that. I don't like to call people idiots, but you're definitely not smart. Our tax dollars are paying to go take over mineral-rich areas so billionaires can get richer. And MAGA's swearing that they have won. No. Jesse Waters, this is the distraction. Yeah, it is humor, right? Like, say that. He said it like 7 times yesterday on Fox News. He said it over and over and over. I want to quench my imperialist thirst. The fact that Canada does not want to be annexed by us makes me want to take them over more. This is random entertainment. It's a distraction from the fact that we are being robbed. We should not be using our tax dollars to annex other countries. We should not be doing anything like this. We should be using our tax dollars to get health care, to subsidize education. You don't like H-1B visas, MAGA? Then we should use our tax dollars to subsidize education so that you can become a coder, so you can get hired in the tech industry, but they don't want to pay American wages, right? This is all connected, as Mandy was saying yesterday, over and over. And then Trump is posting Elon Musk's quotes from Twitter, right? Elon Musk posted this yesterday on Twitter. Had this election not been won by Donald Trump, civilization would be lost. Are you effing kidding me? Yeah, maybe for billionaires, you guys, they're in the best position of their lives. They're going to steal more wealth from the middle class. And Trump is posting this, and then he reposts the actual screenshot of it. Had this election not been won by real Donald Trump, and I know you guys, it's not healthy. I actually don't advise it. But if for people who are curious, I challenge anyone to go look at Elon Musk's feed on X. It is so disturbing. The amount of lies, misinformation, disinformation, delusion. He's trying to influence UK elections, German elections, Italian elections. It's crazy. And red pill 20-year-old bros are like, we won. Elon Musk is our god. No, you're handing this guy more money. He has $500 billion and he's getting government welfare. He's taking our tax dollars to try to go to Mars when we don't have health care. You're not winning anything. Oh, I did like this. This is hilarious. So you know how Judge Juan Merchan, Trump's going to be sentenced on the 10th, right? Which there's no sentence. It's just an official court process that has to happen. Like he's not actually, there's no punishment. It's just he's going to remain a felon, a 34-time felon. So Trump tried to do an emergency appeal to appellate court yesterday. They struck it down. They were like, no. So he had 3 lawyers file an emergency appeal with the Supreme Court today. And this is not the type, if the Supreme Court did something about this, I mean, the fix is already in. I think we're clear the fix is in with that crazy presidential immunity ruling. But if they got involved in this, yes, your mental health, I agree, Jeff Smith. Everyone's mental health is more important than being on X. I do agree with that. I just have to be on X so I can keep an eye on these people because that's how I stay sane. I need to know what's going on. You know, I don't want to be blindsided by anything. I'll just stay on X and let you guys know what's going on. I actually don't recommend it. I do not go on Elon Musk's profile a lot because it's so dark and disturbing. Thank you. I'm glad you're learning, Rebecca. Yes, knowledge is power. That's what we're staying sane by understanding what's going on. But yeah, so Trump is asking the Supreme Court, essentially, he does not want to be inaugurated as a felon. For someone that's just keeps saying all this is a sham and it's not real, he certainly seems to care about it a lot. Just saying, for someone, and this is what I said. So he first tried to appeal to the appellate courts in New York, right? He tried to go above Juan Merchan and win on appeal. And I love Adam Glassfeld. He's one of my favorite reporters / lawyers who covers like the New York courts. And he was saying that like the appellate judges in New York, who these are some of the best judges there are, were just like, get out of here. Like they were just like Todd Blanche, who's, by the way, we never talk about it. He's going to be like, it's either number 2 or 3 at the DOJ. Todd Blanche is the guy that lost the Stormy Daniels trial for Trump. He moved into a house down the street from Trump so he could be at his beck and call. And now he's going to be like the 2nd or 3rd ranking person at the DOJ. Just saying. Like, this is our reality now. And he lost this appeal. And literally, they heard the appeal yesterday. An hour later, they just slapped. They were like, no, nice try. No, absolutely not. And Ron Filipkowski was so right. Look what he said. He was writing this before Trump appealed to the Supreme Court, right? So yesterday around like 4 p.m. after the appellate appeal was slapped down, and they're like, absolutely not. Like, you're being sentenced, weirdo. And Ron Filipkowski's writing, expect to hear a lot from Trump about this over the next 48 hours, because he has about 48 hours till he's going to be sentenced, and he is doing anything he can, right? That's why he had that press conference that we're going to look at. What was he doing during that press conference? Screaming about what? Jack Smith, about corrupt judges, about how the justice system is a sham. Yeah, don't you worry. We're about at that point. That's what we're getting into right now. I would say it's Trump's most embarrassing press conference of all time. It's probably the least factual and the most whiny. I've never heard him. He's on another level of whining. Like, it's just a press conference of constant whining. Oh, this is important. But before we do, just for the people that didn't see it, so Trump is doing all of this ridiculous distractions about annexing, annexing Canada, stealing Greenland. We're going to go. Actually, maybe I'll just show it once the Gulf of America thing comes up. I was going to show the Claudia Scheinbaum clip again, but I'll wait until we have to hear him talk about the Gulf of America. At the press conference. But this is how delusional and angry Trump is. You probably have no idea who Jeff Duncan is unless you live in Georgia. He was the lieutenant governor of Georgia when Trump did the fake elector scheme and tried to find 11,780 votes, or I might have got that. I think, when he's like, find me the votes. Jeff Duncan was the lieutenant governor of Georgia. Jeff Duncan is a diehard Republican from the South who voted for Kamala Harris. They have a super majority in the state. The Republicans control pretty much everything in Georgia, except for we have two blue. It's very much like Arizona. They control the state legislature, but there's two blue senators there, Ossoff and Warnock. But they used their supermajority to throw him out of the Republican Party yesterday. I didn't even know you could do this. They took a vote and threw Jeff Duncan out of the Republican Party. The resolution they passed a resolution. The resolution states that Duncan is now, quote, banned from all property owned or leased by the Georgia Republican Party and from any events they host. They also requested that all media outlets, they sent messages to the media to say that they want Jeff Duncan to be referred to as an expelled Republican. And Jeff Duncan responded, it was like, quote, hard to believe this is a good use of time for a party that's only got a limited amount of time to figure out mass deportations, world peace, and global tariffs. Learn how to take a victory lap, not light another dumpster fire. Well said. Yes, this is what they're doing with their time. And I just wanted to show you a clip because you're probably like, who's Jeff Duncan? He's actually kind of handsome. I'm just saying, for like a Georgia Southern boy, he spoke at the DNC. And I'll just show you a clip of his speech.
Our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching. If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat. You're a patriot.
I never liked Jeff Duncan. I don't like many Georgia Republicans. Like, he's been complicit in some awful stuff. But He gave a great speech at the DNC, and now he can see the Republican Party for who they are. He's literally expelled from it, and they want to refer to him as an expelled Republican. This is how petty Donald Trump is. Because why? Because he testified in front of the grand jury for Trump, for the Georgia indictment, and told the truth. Right? I mean, that's all he did, truly, was tell the truth about what Trump tried to do in Georgia. Yeah, he's a normal human. That's the thing. I mean, that's what happened in Arizona to a lot of Republicans, the McCain Republicans. They realized, like, oh wait, like I'm a Republican. I do support policies that disproportionately like disenfranchise Black and brown people and other types of minority groups and women, but I'm not a pathological liar. So, yeah, I mean, that's what has happened in a lot of states like Arizona, Georgia. It's people realize they do have a line, right? Like they have some ethical line they're not willing to cross. And now Jeff Duncan has basically been expelled from the Georgia Republican Party. All right, I just want to get to this ridiculous press conference and the many lies that Trump told yesterday. I mean, none of this made sense. If you want to know what this was supposed to be about, this was about a billionaire from the Middle East who's investing, I think, which this is something Trump does, right? He had another press conference where he had that Japanese billionaire saying he's going to invest billions of dollars in America. He did the same thing in 2016. It never happened. I mean, same guy, same announcement. Never happened. This time, this guy's Hussein Sajwani. I guess he's supposed to be investing like $20 billion in data centers. We'll see if that happens in America. We'll see if that happens or not. I don't know. But really, Trump, like we said, if you weren't here before, I want to make sure I show you this because CNN reported on it. I've said this from the very beginning that these press conferences are completely planned, that none of the MAGA's always like, why doesn't Biden answer questions? Because he doesn't plan and engineer press conferences and tell reporters what they can and can't say. CNN is reporting that this whole press conference was planned. Right? About 30 minutes before the town hall was due to start, a senior aide started getting text messages from a person on the inside at Fox. The team thought there were images of all the questions Trump would be asked and the planned follow-ups down to the exact wording. Told you, jackpot. This was like a student getting a peek at the test before the exam started. These are completely planned. Right? So if you think Trump's like, Trump has no fear, he just does press conferences and takes questions. No one's even allowed to fact check him in real time. None of this stuff is real. This is just a chance for Trump to engineer a PR
They just
moment.
had a landslide election.
Oopsies.
They voted for it. We had a landslide election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. Nobody even knows how many people, millions. And they're still counting in some areas. They're still counting the vote in some areas. Can you believe this? What a place. What a horrible place. One of the things we're going to do is we've got to fix the election so that we get honest counts and they get done by 10 o'clock in the evening or something thereabouts. They have places where they're still counting.
Are you saying that the election wasn't valid and we should do a recount? You don't want to win? But again, I just took some screenshots to disprove. So he said he won by a landslide. On a percentage basis, Trump's 2024 winning margin was the fourth smallest since 1960. Trump is a delusional liar about how much he won by. And I included, again, if you want to join the Discord, that's my Feliz Navidad live account that's down below. You can click on that and just send a message to that account and ask for a link to the Discord and we'll get you one. This is because all of this stuff, all the links to these articles, all the links to these clips are in the outline every day in the Discord. Here's another good example. Trump's 2024 raw vote margin was smaller than any popular vote winner since 2000 and the fifth lowest since 1960. Trump saying that he's some huge winner is absolutely delusional. Oh, Coyote, haven't seen you in a long time. Trump did not win by a lot. These are facts. These are statistical facts. And actually, it can be explained. I went through this one time because if you actually understand math, what actually happened was because of what Trump did with Trump 2020 was a landslide. We saw a lot of places that were significantly more divided, like Arizona, Michigan, move blue. Right. So actually what was happening was a correction. It's the same thing that happened when Trump won in 2016. Obama had moved the country blue, like significantly blue, right? Obama won in a landslide in 2008 and won again by a landslide in 2012. He moved the country blue. And what happened in 2016 was a correction of that, right? And there are statistical analyses done on this. It is not what Trump says it is, if you look at the numbers.
I defeated deranged.
Let's get to 250K. Tapping is clapping. I would love to get to 400K today. At least we got to 600K on Monday. I appreciate you guys tapping. It is. Oops, sorry. I just got a message. It is highly, highly appreciated.
Jack Smith, he's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague. And we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones.
He did not win these cases. I can't deal with the lies. Trump did not win these cases. The cases never took place, right? Merrick Garland waited too long to try Trump. Trump didn't win any cases.
And the press made such a big deal out of him, but we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong.
And some Fender Chick said release the report. We talked about this at the beginning of the live. So if you weren't in here, Merrick Garland is going to release part of the report. Trump is lying about winning cases. That's why he's mad. What Trump is mad about right now is this report, right? Jack Smith was operating as a special counsel, just like when Trump appointed Durham as a special counsel to go after Mueller and said that, all this corruption was going to be revealed. These reports that special counsels make are traditionally released. Trump doesn't want it released. He had Aileen Cannon blocked the release of it for 3 days yesterday. What does she have? Half of the report is about the federal Chutkin case, the January 6th federal investigation, the fake elector scheme. And the other half is about the Mar-a-Lago docs case, right? And Merrick Garland announced today that he's going to release at least part of the report, specifically the January 6th part of the report, which I want to read. I already didn't understand what Trump did was shady and wrong with the docs case. I'm more curious. I am very curious. And that part of that will be released. But just to be clear, the docs case is not dead, right? You just can't try a sitting president. There are 3 people being tried in the Mar-a-Lago docs case. Trump, his human shield, Walt Nauta, and then the guy who they told to flood the servers. What's his name? Carlos Oliveira. Jack Smith didn't dismiss the case against them. They are still plaintiffs in the case. Just like Michael Cohen went to jail for Trump, they're probably going to try these 2. They'll be convicted for something this guy did. I know, and I do hope we try him. I hope we try Trump in absentia or whenever he's not president anymore, because we can bring the cases again. Absolutely. But yeah, the Mar-a-Lago docs case is not dead. So they're not going to release the parts about people who are still trying to defend themselves in court, because that would be wrong. So if part of the docs case is released, it will have to be information that's not going to taint the case against Walt Nauta and Carlos Oliveira.
On anything. And the people saw that. When they vote when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions, and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot. That tells you we won. That tells, and they've been watching this injustice. I call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world has watched that. And it took work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, I mean, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects.
Does anyone understand how delusional what you just heard was? He is talking about like 6 different things. They're all running together in Dementia Don's mind. And like, I mean, he is literally skipping from like lucid thought to lucid thought. None of that makes any sense, right? The judge in New York is corrupt. That has nothing to do with the Department of Justice, right? That's a state case. You were convicted of something completely different in New York, right? You were just yelling about Jack Smith. Judges in New York have nothing to do with Jack Smith. They have nothing to do with this report, right? And to be clear, he's saying the Department of Justice went after him. What happened was U.S. citizens, American citizens, were impaneled on grand juries, and they voted to indict him. That's how our justice system works. Grand juries were impaneled. They said, here's the evidence. Do you think we should indict this guy? And they said, yes. The same thing happened in Georgia. That's how it's not. You can't just decide to go after someone. American citizens heard the evidence and voted to indict Trump. He seems to forget that. And that's why we need to bring the cases again. American citizens heard the evidence and said, oh, yeah, we need to do something about this. Keep tapping the screen. Are we almost to 250K? Let's get to 300K. We can do it. Tapping is clapping.
Experience, we have people that I can rely on, but the 625 million acres, people can't realize it's like the whole ocean. Take an acre.
625 million acres. I can't even. He's saying that Biden blocked offshore drilling of 625 million acres. I think I put the screenshot up. Before we hear the rest of this bullshit, the entire Pacific Ocean, which is the majority of the entire globe, right, is 63 million, almost 64 million acres. So do you think it's possible for Biden to block offshore drilling of 625 acres, 625 million acres? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, truly, are you guys with me on this? Like, no, there's not that much offshore. I'm sorry. I don't know what I just said. Did I say acres? Yeah, almost 64 million square miles. Sorry. Do you think it's possible to block offshore drilling of 625 million acres? No, he didn't do that. That's not. I'm just pointing out that Trump's math doesn't math.
Experience, we have people that I can rely on, but the 625 million acres, people can't realize it's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. You know, an acre, you have a house on a half an acre, on a quarter of an acre, or an acre. If you have an acre, you have a big deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's like, feels like the whole ocean. And experience, we have.
Oh, dear God. Wait, someone said in the comments how many it is. It is not the whole ocean. Wait, how many acres is it? It's 640 acres in a square mile. There you go. Yeah, it is not. It is, in fact, not the whole ocean. And do you understand, like, we can't block drilling in the ocean, right? We only own a few square miles off the shores of our land. That's where we can block drilling, right? We can't go anywhere in the ocean and block. Offshore drilling means off the shore of America.
I hate him so much, like, in the way he says millions and billions. Like, I just want to take a wrench and just hypothetically, allegedly, because, yeah, don't come after me. But thank you guys so much. Oh, we're right at 250K. Yep, 250,000. Thank you so much. Let's get those taps up to 300K. Let's get these shares up to 800. There are 390 people in here. Thank you, people, for coming to hear about these receipts, even though we hate them all. It's still entertaining because what else are we going to do at this point, right? You have to laugh or cry, and I'd rather laugh, although I do still cry sometimes, because we could have had Kamala and we have this piece of shit that's on the screen. Thank you once again for being here and letting your tapping fingers also be your yapping fingers. Keep doing your big ones. We just hit that live goal, so yep, we're going to be resetting that live goal soon. We appreciate that. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs, pushing us up well over 500. If you guys want a sub, we would love for you to do that. It's a phenomenal way to support Felice and all the hard work that she does. The best way to support Felice is to send a Cash App or Venmo to A Girl Has No Name. Yay, thank you so much. And now we can reset the live goal again. Subbing also gives you access to all the phenomenal emotes. All the subs in the chat, do me a quick favor and spam the chat with the emotes because they are all super cute, especially the ones of Felice when she met all the phenomenal people when she met Jasmine Crockett. That one's in there. The emotes are super cute and super cool. Thank you guys for being super participatory while you're in the chat. We love you guys and we appreciate the comments. Most of you, there are some that made me roll my eyes, but you can still stay because you're contributing and you're engaging, and we appreciate you for that. If you want a link to the Discord, make sure that you send a message asking for a link to the Dark Felice account that's right under me, the one with the purple laser eyes that's super cute. Make sure that you send a message that's saying, hey, let me get a link to the Discord, and then we'll let you in, and that will allow you to get all the great information that's presented here in the outline. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, which lets you access all the videos that we've done, in case you missed a couple, in case you came in late, in case you saw something ridiculously outrageous that you want to share with your people or with the people that you hate, that will be phenomenal. If you subscribe to that as well, make sure that you hit your notifications so you never miss a thing, and keep up the tapping and the yapping. We much appreciate it. Share the live as well. We're at 259,000, almost 600K. Let's get that up to 300K super quick. Yeah, keep doing y'all's big one. And as much as we hate to hear this man speak, we're going to have to do it for the next 4 years, unfortunately. So let's get used to it and continue to hate it, because we have to keep getting the message out there, and we have to have all the information to let everybody know, like, hey, MAGA, you think you won, although you're still angry, because deep down in your heart, you know that the entire country lost. And now you're going to get to see all the people that you claim you don't like, these billionaires, continue to steal your money. And you invited them in with open arms, and now you're licking their feet. So keep watching, keep liking, keep sharing, keep tapping that screen. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Joanna. Okay, what I was just that's what it is. I just noticed I needed to read a couple comments. Anne says, and thank you for the subs in. For Trump doesn't get that no means no. I know, in any sense of the word, not when it comes to women, not when it comes to stealing other countries' sovereign territory. That is a fact. No, I didn't see the second part of your message. I think Anne and I are like soul sisters. I literally just clicked on the second part of the message and it said, not with women, not with sovereign nations. I did not read that. I swear. I just started saying that. That is so crazy. Susan, thank you so much. What does this say? Daughters listened with me today and thinks you're cool. Thanks, Susan's daughter, for listening. I appreciate it so much. And my son Logan wants me to tell you, he says hi. Hi, Susan's son Logan. I love the name Logan. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it so, so much. Okay, back to Orange Man, which again, I just want to remind everyone of Nancy Mace's stupid post yesterday where she was trying to disparage the trans community and saying, let me just I'll show it to you really quick and we'll just get back to Trump complaining. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because of Trump and his orange face full of makeup, right? This is what Nancy Mace, if you missed it yesterday, posted. I just walked by a man in a suit with makeup on at the Capitol. Nothing historic about it. He's still a man in a suit. I assume that she is disparaging Sarah McBride, the first trans member of Congress, which is absolutely ridiculous, right? Meanwhile, all Republicans in politics have a face full of makeup every day. Trump's makeup is literally melting off his face during the press conference he was doing yesterday. But we have to listen to Nancy Mace talking about or disparaging trans people. Like, make it make any sense. Thank you for subscribing, Linda. It is much appreciated. I mean, imagine that.
They took away 625 million acres of offshore drilling.
We just listened to that one. We don't need to hear him not be able to do math again.
They brought this moron out of The Hague. He's a mean guy. He's a mean, nasty guy. His picture was perfect because you look at his picture, you say, that's a bad guy with his robe, his purple robe. And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people because
Yeah, last time I checked, Jack Smith has not unalived anyone. That's if you guys don't understand, he's talking about Jack Smith. If you don't know what The Hague is, ironically, The Hague is in Denmark, right? Like, it is the International Criminal Court, right? It's called The Hague. That's where they try like the worst of the worst, like political criminals for war crimes. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it so much. So that's what Jack Smith, prior to returning to the U.S., was. Oh wait, or is The Hague in the Netherlands? Actually, The Hague might be in the Netherlands. Well, I think it's in the Netherlands, which is next to Denmark. But yeah, whatever. And anyways, it's the International Criminal Court, and that's what he's talking about. He's talking about that picture of Jack Smith in the purple robe, and then accusing him of executing people. I have no idea what he's talking about.
he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job. But we won all of those cases with him. And, I mean, I don't know the judge in Florida, but we had a brilliant judge in Florida that saw right through it. And we won the case. She was a brilliant judge with great courage.
What is in the projection? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, are you talking about yourself? This is the man who said he was going to unalive people for simple illicit substance crimes, for dealing illicit substance. That's this guy. Like, it's almost like we're in a delusional world. Oh, I don't know why I put this in the wrong place. This is just me pointing out, like, Trump was saying, and we'll get to it because I know the clip is in here. Trump at one point in this press conference starts talking about how he's never met Aileen Cannon. I don't care if he's met her. He appointed Aileen Cannon. This is Aileen Cannon, the judge. She's a Trump appointee, a federal Trump appointee who. This is the connection that Aileen Cannon has to Trump. Her husband, right? His name is Josh Lawrence, and he works for a man named John Rosati, which is a lifetime friend of Donald Trump. They do have a connection. Think about all the nepotism we watch, how Trump only appoints people that he has some connection to. This is, if you've ever wondered what the connection is with Aileen Cannon, this is what it is. I just thought I would point that out. Yeah, and this is what she did. She blocked Merrick Garland from releasing that report, but we talked about that it's probably going to be released anyway. She really can't block anyone from releasing a special counsel's report. So it looks like it will happen anyways, at least parts of it.
He wants all gas heaters out of your homes and apartments He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric. And we don't have enough electricity. And then we have AI where we need more. And he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater. Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you're scratching? And that's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas where.
What is he talking about?
Heaters out of your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know.
Does everyone understand? First of all, I think he means stoves, but he's so senile that you know what I'm saying? That he forgot that this was about stoves. But then he started, I think he's talking about Biden. I mean, I hope not Jack Smith, but I think that he meant stoves, but then started yelling about heaters. Everyone understands that, your heater, that just depends on where you're living most often, right? What is he saying? He's supposed to be saying stoves. Remember? Because he used to make that argument gas stove. People like to cook more with gas stoves, but he's so out of his mind that he just is yelling heaters over and over. That's my personal opinion. As someone that's listened to all his rants, literally never missed a Trump rally. I think he meant stoves, but he's so old and out of his mind that he just starts yelling about heaters. People in this room must have been what?
He wants all gas heaters.
Oh, we get to the whales. Oh, don't you worry. We'll get to the whales. He is going to be our oldest president of all time, and it shows. He was out of his mind. You mean stoves. You can't even remember the word stoves. You're talking about stealing our allies' sovereign territories and then screaming about windmills and how much whales hate windmills.
Your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need everyone to know there is no electric car mandate, so we don't need to worry about that. I can't deal with him.
And we don't have enough electricity, and then we have AI where we need more, and he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater.
Trump needs to stop using electricity. That's what I think. Trump doesn't appreciate electricity. He shouldn't be using it. He better stop using electricity. Trump can only use gas to do anything with. He better not use any more electricity. He doesn't like it.
The heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you're scratching and that's what they want you to have?
No, nobody has that. And I'm not joking around. I'm being genuinely honest. Does anyone know what that means? I don't even know what that means. Has anyone ever heard someone say that if you have an electric, and again, I think he means stove, but this doesn't make sense. Nobody's heat makes anybody itch. Itchy and scratchy, exactly. Itchy and scratchy from The Simpsons, maybe? Nobody knows what he's talking. This is our president.
You're scratching and that's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas where you don't have the problems of the electric. And the source is plentiful. They're much cheaper to operate. They're much better. They work much better. They look much better.
Yeah, Trump might have eczema. Someone said that in the comments. Trump, you might need to moisturize your skin is what we might be dealing with here, but he lives in Florida where there's humidity. No one knows what he's talking about.
These people are crazy.
It is an allergy to his makeup. Exactly. Nancy Mace might have seen Trump walking around the halls of Capitol Hill. A man in a suit with way too much makeup on.
There's something wrong with him. There's something wrong with him. They also want to go back, and they have already started that, to when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve. Even in areas that have so much water, you don't know what to do. It's called rain. Comes down from heaven, and they want to do no water comes out of the shower. It goes drip, drip, drip. So what happens? You're in the shower 10 times as long.
No, oh my God, I can't. Yeah, now we're getting into washing machine territory. I think Jeff Smith mentioned that in the comments. Remember, we did Save Our Washer Week in Congress, literally. It was Debbie Lesko, who's an Arizona House representative, sponsored Save Our Appliance Week. The Republicans do this because in certain states, they're trying to put regulators, to regulate water pressure. I think I don't know. This man's muttering about rain coming down and water. I don't know, but I think he might be referring to shower pressure at this point, and also washing. He used to do this rant about washing machines, but nobody knows. At some point, he's saying there's enough rain, so we don't need water. I don't know.
No water comes out of the faucet. You want to wash your hands. They want to go back to even stronger than what they have right now. As you know, I ended that policy. You can have all the water you want. Makes no difference. It comes weird, especially in certain areas. We have so much water, we don't know what these people.
We have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. Yeah, this is something he keeps saying about climate crisis as well. He's mixing up his rant about water regulators, on water pressure, and his hate for washing machine regulations, and then climate crisis, because that's what he says about climate crisis. When people say, oh, we're not going to have any water, there's a drought, there's a worldwide drought going on, he says, oh, actually some places have too much water. He means floods, but that's because he doesn't understand. Oh, I did put something in this because it annoys me. Trump doesn't understand climate crisis at all. Trump thinks climate crisis means no water, right? It's the opposite. It has to do with the rising of water temperature, right, in the oceans. And when water temperatures rise, what happens is in certain places, it causes drought. And in other places, it causes extreme weather patterns like floods. Right? It has to do with the raising of water temperature. But Trump would have to understand. So we'll get to blaming the whales, Lizette. You be patient. We will blame the whales soon. Don't you worry. Not even the whales could escape this nonsense. Trump would have to understand what climate crisis is. He just thinks climate crisis because he hears, oh, there's a drought or things are getting hotter. That's not what climate crisis is. It's extreme weather patterns created by the rising temperatures of seawater. But let's not explain that to him. Let's just let him. I do love this, because this is the best point. I follow this guy on X. His name's Scary Lawyer Guy. And he was saying, remember, the media demanded, and I will never forget this during this election, the absolute hypocrisy of MAGA. We have an idiot muttering about whales and sharks and batteries and windmills, and the whales hate the windmills, and water pressure, but it's raining everywhere. Who cares? None of this makes any sense. And meanwhile, they would say, Kamala Harris never discusses policy. She had 80 pages of policy that anybody could read, right? Kamala Harris never discussed policy. All she did was discuss policy. They demanded think tank level specific policy plans from Kamala Harris, while her opponent would struggle to get a passing mark on a third grade book report. Amen. This man is literally a vegetable. And because Kamala Harris was a woman, men are just like, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She ran circles around Donald Trump in that debate. She was the only candidate who knew what she was talking about. Tap the screen. Let's get to 300K. The Panama
Canal is a disgrace. What took place at the Panama Canal?
Okay. Oh, yeah. This is about to get worse. God, every clip of this just gets weirder.
The Panama Canal is a disgrace. What took place at the Panama Canal? Jimmy Carter gave it to them for $1, and there was.
Yeah, that's not true.
Supposed to treat us well. I thought it was a terrible thing to do. You know, it's the most expensive structure ever built in the history of our country, relatively. It would be the equivalent of substantially over $1 trillion today. We lost 38,000 people. Think of it, 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries.
No, they don't. Right. It depends how much the ship weighs, what you're moving through the canal. You know, that's how you move freight through a canal. But yeah, I just wanted to say this is an easy fact check anyone can do, right? The claim that Jimmy Carter sold the Panama Canal to Panama for $1 is false. The transfer of the canal was part of a comprehensive diplomatic agreement, not a financial transaction, dummy. The treaties facilitated a gradual transition of control, backed by financial aid and training programs to ensure Panama's ability to manage the canal. Carter's decision, while controversial, reflected a broader commitment to equitable foreign policy and honestly we owed them. You'd have to understand history to know that we graped and continue to grape. I don't like to call it Latin America because that's just indicative of European colonization. The CIA, all we do is steal natural resources from South America and Central America. We overthrow their governments whenever it pleases us to do so. We sanction their economies. We devalue their currency. The least we could ever have done is let them manage the damn canal. We have ruined their lives south of here so we could benefit, so American corporations can profit. And he thinks that Jimmy Carter sold the Panama Canal for $1. Like this, we are literally dealing with somebody that has no idea what's going on. Yeah, I mean, not just us, but I mean, and if you want to get into it, if we're talking about south of here, it's not the Brits, it's Spain. Spain, Germany, right? And we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus... That's a complete lie.
...other things. They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one, Wayne Gretzky. I said, run for prime minister. You'll win it'll take 2 seconds. But he said, well, am I going to run for prime minister?
Look, I just need to, because I saw someone in the comments say it's 50 billion. Yeah, maybe a trade deficit. Please understand, subsidies are not trade deficits, right? He's talking about a trade deficit. We are not subsidizing Canada to the tune of 50 billion. You can go to foreignassistance.gov. You can look up every country in the world and how many subsidies they get from which parts of the US government every single year. We are not subsidizing Canada any $50 billion. We're not subsidizing them $50 million. Trade deficits are something completely different, and you'd have to understand the global economy. Nobody owes us anything. The value of the dollar makes it so our products, our wages, because we don't have slave labor here, our products are too expensive. People don't want to buy them. That's not anyone's fault. That's capitalism. It would be bad business to import our products. It's too expensive for all countries. That's why we have trade deficits. Sorry, I just can't.
Minister or governor, you tell me. I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it better. But no, something's going to have to be done. Same thing with Mexico. We have a massive deficit with Mexico, and we help Mexico a lot. They're essentially.
Again, we don't help Mexico. Mexico helps us. At least use the word deficit there, right? That's more accurate, the word deficit. But we do subsidize. We actually do give Mexico, like, I think it's around maybe $300 million in subsidies. But that has to do with us, what we've done to Mexico. It has to do with them fighting our immigration problem. We destabilized countries south of us, right? We sanctioned them out of existence. We turned off their economies. Then people migrate north to America, to our southern border, and we use Mexico to fight our immigration problem and our illicit substance problem. They don't have an illicit substance problem in Mexico. That's because the consumption, the consumers, the demand for the product is in America. That's our problem. So any money we give to Mexico has to do with fighting our problems that are unique to America. They're no one else's problems. And again, a trade deficit is something completely different that we will never solve. Do you know how you solve a trade deficit? You devalue your own currency. Do you think it's a good idea to devalue the American dollar? I don't. We would, and actually, Besant, who learned at the feet of George Soros, who's the new Treasury Secretary, he's actually obsessed with devaluing American currency. He's somewhat of a maverick economist with a lot of ideas that could either, could go horrifically wrong. It is very dangerous to devalue the American dollar. And yeah, you can look it up. So Rainey said that's exactly what they're trying to do. You can read about it. He's fascinated by the idea of devaluing American currency. That's a very dangerous thing for middle class America to have happen. But that would be, if we devalue our own currency, our exports are cheaper, and that would make our trade deficit smaller. Trump has you'd have to understand how the how the global economy works. He does not seem to, or he just thinks, or he does and just is speaking to people like they're idiots. It's one or the other. Thank you so much.
Run by the cartels, and can't let that happen. And
yeah, if we devalue our currency, our imports will go. Yeah, you're exactly right. Common sense. It's a tightrope walk, right? Trade deficits are fine because of the high value of our currency, the high value of American labor. That's another way we could make our exports cheaper. We could all work for slave labor wages, right? You know what else is going to make our exports even go up higher? The tariffs Trump's going to put on the goods. That will make our exports go up. That will increase trade deficits.
Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble.
Yay, we made it to 300K. Keep tapping. You guys are doing an amazing job. Tapping is clapping. I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate it more than you know. Oh, Christina said, thank you for Gid for having a bigly brain. Yes, my brain is bigly. Too bad Trump didn't say that in this press conference.
And we're going to be announcing a future date pretty soon. We're going to change, because we do most of the work there and it's ours. We're going to be changing, sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate. And Mexico.
It's appropriate? What does that do? First of all, you accused Biden of something that's a lie. All Biden has done is fuel our economy. He has created one of the most robust and strongest American economies in history. Thanks, Joe Biden. And you are talking about changing the name of a body of water. That will help no one. But now is the time to show you guys because we have almost 500 people in here. Keep tapping the screen. So this is what I want to show you. This is how you handle Donald Trump. As someone who is raised by a malignant narcissist, you don't appease them. You don't try to talk to them. You don't say, I'm coming down to Mar-a-Lago and I'm going to make friends with you. You can't make friends with a narcissist. The only thing you can do is infantilize them and remind them that they're an insecure little baby. Truly, you have to come straight at them. Narcissists do not stop unless you make them stop. And you know who came straight at Trump today for this BS? For this we're changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. My new hero, the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum. So he's doing all this shit yesterday about changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico. And she literally did a press conference today with a giant map because she actually understands history. You know, she's smart. And she starts talking about annexing the United States and changing the name to Mexico America. Hold on, I have a clip of it. She's my literal here. And that's what Justin Trudeau doesn't understand. You don't play nice with a narcissist. You shame them publicly. She literally had a giant map behind her and is like, this idiot, like, let me show you what land is ours that you're living on. Like, this woman is my absolute hero. Hold on, the clip is... Claudia Sheinbaum is putting on a clinic of how you deal with it. She must have been raised by a narcissist too. Like, this is how you handle these type of people. You shame them publicly. And this is not her voice. I just want to say that it's an AI translation because obviously she's speaking in Spanish. Keep tapping the screen.
Obviously, Gulf of Mexico is name recognized by the United Nations. It's an organization of the United Nations, but the next question is, why don't we call it Mexican America? It sounds nice, doesn't it? Right. Since 1607, the Apatzingan Constitution referred to it as Mexican America. So, let's call it Mexican America. It sounds nice, doesn't it? And Gulf of Mexico, well, you see, since 1607, and it's also recognized internationally. Well, historically speaking, because as you might know, I know they're going to ask me. I think that yesterday, President Trump, they misinformed President Trump, with all due respect, because
with all due respect is no respect. So yes, you do not need to give him respect. This woman is amazing. Hopefully I can find more clips of this press conference. But imagine Justin Trudeau flies down to Mar-a-Lago and has a private meeting with Trump so Trump can lie about whatever was said. You don't go have a meeting. You shame narcissists publicly, right? You show them that they're an idiot, right? Get a bigger map. Point out actual history. Does anyone remember Mexico used to own Texas. They used to own California. They used to own Arizona. Should they take it all back, dummy? I don't. Nobody deserves less respect than Trump. I agree. Trump is literally... I love how she has a map from the 1600s, too. Like, a giant 1600s map. This woman is my hero. And that's why you can't send a Canadian man to do a Mexican woman's job. Like, that's what we have learned. One of our neighbors understands how to deal with... It's probably her lifetime of dealing with machismo. If you don't know what machismo is, it's like the culture that Spanish colonization has created in the Spanish speaking world, like it's the misogyny. Like, you could tell this is not her first rodeo. She's like, I'm going to get a giant map and shame this man. Like, she made my morning. When I saw this, I was like, I guess I won't cry today. Like, Claudia Sheinbaum is embarrassing Trump. She gave him a literal geography lesson, a history lesson, while Trump whines. She's my hero. Our hero. Like, I'm going to get a poster of her.
25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have one 70 stories tall.
Oh, wait, hold on. I need to make sure we're not missing it. Sorry. It's windmill time. This is Trump yelling about a giant windmill, but I just want to make sure we don't miss any of these ridiculous
and
windmill
you
clips.
can talk about windmills. They litter.
Wait, hold on. Let me make sure, because he went on about
Mexico's
windmills.
really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place.
Yeah, so this is why she did this with the map, because he did that, right? He tried to say Mexico's a dangerous place and all of this. So she did all of that. Thank you. Thank you, Lena. That's so nice. Keep tapping the screen. It is windmill time. After trying to shame Mexico, he went after his real enemy, which is wind energy. Can someone just explain to him that you harvest energy in whatever way is appropriate in whatever area of the world? Like in Phoenix, wind energy's we don't have windmills here. Is wind energy going to work in Arizona? No. But you can't throw a rock without hitting a solar panel here because we have like 365 days of sun. You know what I'm saying? So that's why off the coast of New Jersey, they are harnessing wind power coming from the ocean because that makes sense there. That's how you harvest energy where it makes sense. Now in Texas, they are drilling for oil because they have oil underneath the ground. It's almost like he cannot figure out how this all works. Sorry.
And we're going to be...
Oh, sorry. I think that was the Mexico one. Here come the windmills.
And you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them because in a period of time they turn...
Is it like dropping garbage in a field? A windmill? They're like paper. And he couldn't remember the word garbage. Does anyone notice this? He cannot remember words. This is a guy who was trying to talk about stoves and just yelled a heater over and over.
And you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them because in a period of time they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that are getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government. And it's
we're against subsidies from the U.S. government? Can we take Elon Musk's away? Can we stop giving him government? Can we stop giving the richest man on earth, who is now officially valued at $500 billion? Can we stop giving him welfare and government subsidies? Because if we're going to if we're not going to use our tax dollars to subsidize anything, I think we should start with Elon Musk's subsidies.
Most expensive energy there is. It's many, many times more.
Yeah, it is the farmers too. Just to be clear, Trump contributed to the downfall of the farming industry. If you don't know, we are subsidizing the farmers. American farmers. That is not a revenue positive industry. If this was a real free market, we would have no more farming in America. But it's not really smart to not grow any of our own food because then China or Mexico, because Trump won't stop terrorizing them, could just be like, hey, we're not going to give you guys any more food, and they could starve us all. So it still makes sense to grow food here, even though it's not necessarily revenue positive. So some of the things that farmers do, which I'm sorry, I didn't see who wrote this in the comments, but is absolutely correct, because the farming industry is underwater, is they have windmills on their land. They lease their land for wind turbines, or they lease their land for solar farms, right? They are subsidizing their own non-revenue positive industry. Right? In places now Trump knows nothing about the climate or about the earth or how any of this works, but in the northern jet stream, right? The northern jet stream is a force of wind running through southern Canada and the northern United States, right? It cuts through Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota, right? And these places, wind turbines do work because the northern jet stream is propelling them And wind is profitable. And so farmers are selling or leasing their land for wind turbines to supplement the income they are not making growing food. But we can't stop growing food in America, because then the rest of the world could just be like, America sucks, let's stop giving them food.
Expensive than clean natural gas. So we're going to try and have a policy where no windmills are being built. You know, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build like 200 windmills. The people are going crazy. Nobody wants them, and they're very expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy.
If we don't like subsidies, then let's take Elon Musk's first. I don't want to subsidize his dream of spending trillions of dollars to try to play around. We don't even have the technology to survive on Mars. We don't need to go there.
And they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have 170
stories. Oh, yeah. This is when he starts screaming about, it's not just that Trump hates windmills. That's what I learned yesterday. He hates the really big ones. He seems to be disgusted by the biggest windmills. I don't know, he's a size queen. Smaller windmills annoy him less, is what I'm trying to tell you. The big ones, now those piss him off. He wants the big windmills out of his face immediately. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 350K. He definitely has some real issue with windmills.
And they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have 170 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous.
Where is there a windmill 70 stories tall? Is there a famous windmill we don't know about that is 70 stories tall somewhere terrorizing Trump? It's going on. Is there a 70-story tall windmill somewhere haunting Trump? We don't know. Takes 3 ships to carry. Yeah, exactly. How could one blade be on 3 ships? Don't try to make sense of it. Don't read too much into it, because it makes zero sense. But actually, there could be, I guess, a 70-story. Actually, he's probably talking about the ocean, right? Because there's huge wind turbines in the ocean that are, harnessing the wind. So maybe that's what well, I don't even know if that's true, but that's got to be. Felice, next to his golf course in Scotland, I know, there's probably just a windmill looming over his golf course, blocking his view. We'll never know. He really hates big windmills.
And they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have 170 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they...
Excuse me, if 2 whales pass away in 17 years, do we have... I'm not an expert. I would want to refer to the scientists, but if 2 whales pass away in 17 years and wash ashore, is that a problem? I'm not a genius. I lived in South America, all over South America on the coast, and I've seen mass whale beaching that was really scary, and that I considered something weird was going on. I don't know if in 17 years 2 whales wash ashore, and is it the windmills? I don't know. I'm so confused by this. Oh, someone found it in the Philippines. Yeah, well, here's the great news. So there's a wind farm in the Philippines with 20 wind turbines that are 70 meters tall. Okay, great news. That is not in America. So don't worry, Trump. You don't have to worry about those terrifyingly tall wind turbines in the Philippines. It has nothing to do with you.
At 14 this season, the windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen.
125 whales have lost their minds because of windmills? Is that what we just learned? 125 whales have gone insane? That's Where do we find those numbers? Did 125 whales have mental health problems? Is that what we just learned? Wait, sorry. I gotta find
Mexico's really in trouble. A lot of trouble.
It's this one.
Been there 25 stories tall.
Wait, I need to hear this about the mental
And now
health
they
of
had
whales.
14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster.
I do care about the mental health of whales. I thought they were worried about being captured and forced into tanks at SeaWorld, but here I find out they're being terrorized by windmills. And we've had 125 whales lose their minds. We need to do something about this. Let's subsidize the whales' mental health. We don't have access to mental health, but we should all be concerned about whale mental health. I am actually. I care more about whale mental health than Trump's, but yeah, he might think the country of whales is actually whales in the ocean. That's a good point, Toodle. That could be it. Nobody knows, but I learned that 125 whales have lost their minds because of windmills. Oh, and we love Robert. Someone told me it's Robert Reich, not Robert Reich. I don't know. I swear I saw him on the Morning Joe mispronounced his name. I don't know, but I kind of like Robert Reich a little more. Reich is not a great word based on history. You know what I'm saying? But he was responding to this clip of Trump and the whales. And he said, this is our guy, the former labor secretary who we love all his videos calling out billionaires. Well, he was like, get ready for 4 years of rambling and outrageous lies, but don't let the absurdity distract you. Because that's what this is. Trump muttering about whales and their mental health is a distraction from the real goal of Trump 2.0, the continued consolidation of wealth and power into the hands of oligarchs. They want you to be so outraged you tune out. Do not. I love this man. This man needs to be president. Reich. That's what I was told. Well, Morning Joe pronounced it wrong when he was on there. But yeah, let's say Reich because I don't like the word Reich. It reminds me of you know who. But yeah, isn't this a great comment? Because that's what this is. Trump's muttering about Greenland and taking over territory and all this BS, when really all of it is about just consolidating wealth into the hands of the 1%.
One's next to him because nobody wants to take him down, because why should they take him down? It's very expensive to take them down, and you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at
You can't give the windmills proper funerals, you guys. Did you hear that? Can't bury them. Can't give the blades proper funerals even. I forgot that there was 4 clips about windmills. What in the...
One's next to him because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down, and you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what they say.
I think he might be talking now about the leftover batteries from solar panels. Why would you bury a windmill blade? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they have a problem with the disposal of the bulbs from solar panels. So I'm starting to think he's confused again. And they're debating if they should just bury them in a hole, basically, because they're toxic. But I have never heard anyone suggesting we bury windmill blades. I don't know what, I think he might be talking about solar panels at that point. I love how we have to just try to figure out what this whack job is talking about. Yeah, because why would we bury the windmill blades? Why couldn't we just repurpose the metal? I don't want to... Can you imagine how embarrassing this is for America?
Next to him because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down, and you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what they say. So we are at the beginning of a great, beautiful golden age of business. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't...
We're at a golden age of common sense. We've learned that the 125 whales have gone insane because of windmills. You can't bury windmill blades. I know. We're at the golden age of common sense, everyone. That's where we've reached. Everyone laugh so you don't cry. The key is just keep fucking laughing. There's nothing else we can do. Chrissy says Trump is Don Quixote fully realized. That's actually so true. I know. That's why we have to do this all together for sanity purposes. Hey, we've reached a golden age of common sense. That's what's going on, or it's the exact opposite.
Allow water to come out appropriately, to all of the other elements of what we do and what we're going to do, to take $50 to $60 trillion off our country's balance sheet, because some man that has no idea what he's doing, has no idea. You know it. I know it. The Democrats know it. What they did is a crime. But
fixing the economy and recovering the best in the G7 from the pandemic and actually lowering the deficit, doing what Republicans say they are going to do. He just said that Joe Biden has no idea what he's doing. It's the projection from narcissists fascinates me. It's like they confess to their own crimes while pointing the finger at someone else. It's like they're always talking about themselves and just projecting it onto whoever else. It's like, oh yeah, so this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. By this guy, I mean me. Like, it's you. You're talking about you and trying to blame it on someone else. And it's so weird. Oh my God, it's my mom. I was raised by one of these.
Allowing that to happen. And
but can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan?
Hey, can you assure the American soldiers who have families that care about them that because you're nuts, you're not going to deploy American soldiers to attack our allies? No. The answer is no. Hear that? Everyone who is in active duty in the military? No.
But can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this. We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal...
No, what he just said was, me and my billionaire friends want to steal natural resources and charge fees for ships going through that canal. None of you American citizens will see any benefit from this. This is not a social democracy. Like, if, let's say Norway was doing this, if they're like, hey, we're going to charge for ships moving through the North Sea, then that would pay for everyone. It would subsidize education. It would subsidize the social safety net for retirement. It would subsidize childcare. We have none of that. We will not benefit at all. The only people who will benefit are shareholders, are the capitalists, are the billionaires who stand to make money, not us. America doesn't benefit, just Trump and his rich friends.
It was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China.
No, it's
China.
not.
And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China.
I just need to be clear that the canal is not mother effing being operated by China. Has Trump ever even been to the Panama Canal? There's a separate canal authority that operates the canal. I actually think I might have screenshotted a fact check of this, but here. Oh, I guessed right. I just found that. This is how well I know these presentations. Let's see. While Chinese companies manage 2 of the 5 ports near the Panama Canal and have invested in related infrastructure just like America has, these activities are distinct from the canal's governance and operations. The Panama Canal Authority has maintained control of the canal since 1999, when Panama regained sovereignty on the waterway. Yeah, China's not running the Panama Canal just like everyone else. They pay money to move their freight through the locks of the canal. Fascinating stuff if you've never been there to see it in person. It's literally like a man-made wonder of the earth. But Trump wants to take it over so he can charge money. Do you understand? This is mob boss shit. That's what he wants. He wants to say nobody can move. Otherwise, you're going to have to go all the way around the Horn of South America. You know what I mean? Like, go the long way or pay me money. I'm doing a basic racket where you can't move your ships through here unless you give me money. That's what he wants to do. This is just mob boss shit. Like, period. That's what's going on. He just figured out, like, oh, I could take this back and make some more money. Not to give us universal health care, not to cut student debt, not to provide child care, nothing, not to raise the minimum wage, not to give universal basic income, not to make housing costs lower in America. Nothing for us. 0 for the American people. Just more increase in wealth inequality in America and more money for billionaires. 0 for us.
President of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak.
Oh, wait.
Why?
Hold on. I think I went to the wrong part.
Please.
Back on Greenland. Your position is clear, but have you directed your staff?
Oh, wait. Hold on. I need to make sure.
I'm the President of the United States.
Maybe this is right.
And I'm not allowed to speak.
Why is this?
Why? Because if I did speak, people would understand the scam. It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges, and New York judges are very bad. We had one that valued this house at $18 million because it was good for their case. He actually valued it.
No. That's not what happened. This man makes up. Mar-a-Lago is zoned weirdly. It's not a residential property. That's why it's not worth less. Like oh my God, I could get into it. Basically, somebody whose job it is to evaluate the worth of real estate in Florida valued it at $18 million. Right? And what Trump is in trouble for is inflating the value of his assets. Right? Like this is so the lies that come out of this man's mouth. Oh yeah, I was too far ahead. I knew it. Sorry. Yep.
But can you assure the world that as you try to get control?
Yep, this is where.
First, you said on your first day of office, you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people.
Specifically, an FBI report just came out. Nobody report a literal FBI report that I was reading on this live 2 weeks ago came out. Nobody from the FBI was at J6. He's just lying. He's talking about FBI informants who are just far-right extremists who were. I mean, honestly, people in the Proud Boys should be mad. They're like far-right extremists who had been flipped by the FBI and were informing on their friends' extremist activities. That's what was going on. No FBI agents were at J6. There were no ghost buses full of FBI agents. That's a lie. There is a report that literally just came out on this. that anybody can read. And Trump continues to lie.
In some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that.
Again, confidential informants who were instructed not to enter the Capitol, 4 or 5 who are far-right extremists reporting on their friends, did anyways.
We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time. And
Is he implying that Hezbollah was involved in J6? I don't know why he said that. I think he just says words and he's not sure. Thank you, John. I'm dying laughing. I love you so much. Thank you. The feeling is mutual. Thank you for your support. I mean, I guess, what does Hezbollah have to do with J6? Like, this man is not well. In my opinion, I would not like to be sued.
the horrible way they got out, not the fact that they got out. I would have been out before them, but we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to looking like a bunch of fools.
And why didn't you get out when you were president? It's almost like he doesn't want anyone to remember that he was president. I like this. I always like to post this when people post lies on X about the Afghanistan withdrawal. This is all his fault. The Afghanistan withdrawal, if he doesn't like the plan, then he shouldn't have made the plan. It was his plan, right? Like every single problem that we had leading up to what happened at that airport is a result of things that Trump himself did. Oh, you don't want, during the Afghan withdrawal for suicide beers to show up at the airport? Well, then don't release them from prison, Trump. Remember when you said you eradicated ISIS and then you released them from an Afghani jail and then they showed up at the airport and unalived people? Does anybody remember that? Every problem we had with that withdrawal was because it was your terrible plan, and you were bitter that you didn't get reelected and you refused to help with your terrible plan. I remember that. Trump doesn't seem to. It wasn't just Taliban prisoners. That's what I'm trying to say. It was ISIS too. Like, and I always like to point that out because Trump's like, oh, I defeated ISIS. Like, why are they being named as the number one threat to Europe right now if they're all gone? Like, just saying.
Better get done by the inaugural.
But when you say all hell will
Before
be paid,
I take office.
that all hell must be paid if they don't release the
You know what that
hostages.
means, don't you?
Well,
Do I have to define it for you? Look, all
No, I know
hell
you're not
will
gonna
break out.
telegraph
If
what-
those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
Can you elaborate?
And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is.
What's that? The No New Wars guy? The guy I had to listen to MAGA spew BS about being peaceful and creating no new wars is going to create all hell's going to break loose in the Middle East? I'm so surprised. Oh, wait, this is exactly what he did last time when he was president in Syria. It's almost like this happened before. And I just want you to know what he's doing. He's setting it up because let's be real here. Any of these hostages that are alive have probably been released. It's not like they have a bunch of living hostages they're all of a sudden going to release, right? So when nobody's released, he's going to use this as an excuse to level Palestine. That's what he's doing. I guarantee you, he's just setting it up for more carnage. The No New Wars guy. The guy you guys called Biden a butcher and said that Trump was going to make everything okay. This doesn't sound like No New Wars guy. This sounds like more violence. And I love the I just love the Muslims for Trump that said Trump was going to handle this. Does it sound like he's going to handle it, or does it sound like imminently everyone's about to be wiped off the planet? I don't know. This doesn't sound better than what Biden was doing. Yes, a big, beautiful war to go along with a big, beautiful bill. Exactly, Toodle. Well said. Oh, and I did this. So people were all over this. Iran war, also along with Greenland war and the Panama Canal war, also war with Mexico when we blow up cartels. Am I keeping up with all the wars this guy wants to start? Yeah, the no new wars guy can't guarantee he's not going to use a military force. But do you think MAGA cares? Do you think any of the no new wars guy is planning wars all over the globe? Oh, yes, excuse me, the Canadian War. God, that would be awful. Nice job, MAGA. No foreign wars except Mexico, Panama, Greenland, and the Middle East. But the price of eggs. I love reading angry people on X's comments. I could read them. But the eggs are more expensive than they were under Biden. Great job. You guys solved all the problems. We have more wars than ever. This guy won't promise not to conscript our military to fight pointless wars. Eggs are high. The price of eggs are higher than ever. And you guys, Trump can't lower the price of groceries. Oh, yeah. At some point in this conference, he starts screaming because he knows he can't lower the price of groceries. So he's trying to pin it on Biden. No, Trump, you ran and were elected to lower the price of groceries. I know you can't undo inflation. I know prices only go up unless it's a regulated commodity like oil and gas. That's different, right? Or maple syrup. Yes, similar to oil, maple syrup has a regulating body like OPEC. They control the supply to keep the prices at a certain place, right? Unless we're talking about commodities, prices only go up. Especially because you have all your price fixing friends, billionaire friends who have cut out all the competition in capitalism in America. There's only 3 places we can get eggs. Yeah, of course prices aren't going down. And he's trying to blame that. He's trying to set the stage to blame it on Biden.
Mr. President, 2 questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office, you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had...
I think we heard this clip. I feel like we heard this clip. 24 or 28 people, or he's just saying different numbers, because I don't actually remember him saying 24 or 28 last time. He's just muttering things.
More than 140 police officers were injured by rioters on January 6th. Will you pardon anyone who attacked a police officer? Well,
the only one that was killed was a beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt.
Yeah, that's not true. Tell that to Officer Sicknick's family, weirdo, and the four Capitol police officers that have unalived themselves due to PTSD.
She was killed, and there was actually somebody else that was killed, also a MAGA person, but people don't give it 100% credibility. I'm going to find out about it, and we're going to find out. But Ashley Babbitt
I don't even know what that is about. I don't know what he's talking about.
Was killed. She was shot. Should have never been shot. She was
Oh, we should have let people in Congress be unalived by her. She was given warning after warning. They were trying to hurt no one and contain everyone. Once you breach the last line of containment, that is what happens.
Shot for no reason whatsoever. In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd, and
as if there's not a video of this exact moment that we've all watched. She was not trying to hold back the crowd. She was literally the aggressor. They were begging her over and over to stop. It's almost like there's not a video that we can all watch anytime we want to, and Trump continues to delusionally lie all the time.
Crowd was made up of a lot of different people, so we'll see. But I will tell you this, the person that was killed.
Yeah, we can all watch we all watch this on TV, including that part when she broke through a window psychotically, was warned over and over and over to not breach. Did it anyways. Yeah, and like exactly. Thank you, Meg. And like conservatives are always telling us when black people are killed in America, she should have complied, right? Shouldn't she have just complied? It's the weirdest thing. Whenever black people are unalived by police, it's you guys never blame the police and you just say, well, should have complied. Well, too bad she didn't comply. I think we can all agree. Thank you, Meg, for pointing out the truth. As we all know that police in this country can unalive any brown and black person they want because they should have complied. So I think that we should just apply that same logic to Ashley Babbitt. Should have complied. It's almost like we're being gaslit 24 hours a day.
I'm the president of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak. Why? Because if I...
God, I wish that was true.
You know that paper...
Thank you so much, Andy. You are amazing. Thank you so much for the subs. He's talking about the gag order that Judge Merchan, he's saying Judge Merchan has on him. Just a reminder, the gag order is that he can only not like name witnesses in the case, disparage them, torment them, harass them. That's all he can't do. He can't terrorize court staff and employees and witnesses in the Docs case, right? Like all the other cases have been dismissed. So
did speak, people would understand the scam. It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges, and New York judges are very bad. We had one that valued this house at $18 million because it was good for that case. He actually valued that chandelier is worth more than $18 million. He valued this house as 18.
Yeah, when you value properties, you don't value like the TVs or or appliances inside them, or like, are we in hell? Like, what are you talking about? And again, it was not a judge that valued that property. It was an assessor, right? Whose job it is to value his Mar-a-Lago property, someone from Florida. And all Judge Engoron did was just accept that value. It's not like Judge Engoron went around and assessed the value of Mar-a-Lago. He did not. Someone whose job it is to do that, assess the value. All Engoron did was say, hey, I'm just using real math, which Trump really is not great at math, right? Like, and it's called engorgement. Right? Based on the fraud that Trump perpetrated when he signed documents that had false statements, here's the amount of money he engorged himself, like he made off of that fraud, and I'm going to disgorge him of that money. That's what disgorgement is. It wasn't some judgment of like, oh, I'm going to just make up a number based on pain and suffering. No, it's just, you defrauded us of this exact amount of money. Give it back. And the fact that it was 400 million, like something. And believe me, there's other tax cases that have been done. There's a great ProPublica article about the Chicago Trump Tower. I advise everyone to look it up about how much you think Trump just has defrauded the government of $400 billion. It's much more than that, allegedly, based on a tax review done by forensic accountants.
$18 million. And we have another one who was so nasty, so horrible, such a brute, most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. but we've won most of the case.
Which one? Judge Kaplan, the one who, or the appellate courts that just held up the judgment that says that you sexually abused E. Jean Carroll? Or are you talking about Judge Engoron in your fraud trial? Or are you talking about, wait, who's the other? Judge Merchan, who just is sentencing you in a couple days. Which guy don't you like? Because if these people were corrupt and they were brutes and they were doing something wrong, because again, only Judge Engoron, Trump waived a jury trial, or Alina Habba forgot to check a box. We could debate which one happened there. That's why you didn't have a jury trial. The people that found Trump guilty were juries. They unanimously found Trump guilty. That's what he's failing to mention, were juries of his peers in New York heard the evidence and found him guilty. In the fraud trial where he engorged himself of 400-something million, he waived his right to a jury trial. There was nothing to try. It's just math. Hey, you signed these documents, you perpetrated a fraud of this amount, give it back. It's if you look at that judgment, it's literally a math equation, just explaining the numbers of he engorged himself of this much money and we want it back. Oh, I love listening to Trump make up alternate realities about the things that he did.
So we're very happy about that. I'm the president of the...
Is he trying to put a target on these judges? You think? I think he's been trying. He's been trying. I mean, relentlessly. But no, the reason that he did this press conference and he's so upset is because he's being sentenced. And he was hoping first that not Judge Engoron. He was hoping that Judge Merchan was going to dismiss the Stormy Daniels case so he wouldn't be inaugurated as the first felon president ever. He wants that case specifically to go away. At least the other ones are civil cases. That's a criminal conviction. And he wanted that case dismissed, but he didn't have any grounds for it. And then he thought yesterday, because he went above Merchan's head to the appellate courts, he appealed. And they were like, no, they laughed. They were just like, absolutely not, and waived his appeal. So today he appealed to the Supreme Court. He's hoping the Supreme Court is going to let him out of his Stormy Daniels, of a state conviction. But that's what he wants. If you're wondering why he's doing this and he's so angry, that and the other thing, the reason he's going after Jack Smith is he does not want that report, the special counsel's report released on the J6 trial or on the Dox case. That's what all this is about, is he's trying to throw his weight around and scare people. Can they do what? Which part? The Supreme Court? Yeah, they could get involved. The Supreme Court could if they wanted to. It would be so unprecedented for them to get involved in the Stormy Daniels case. I would say, I think we're already pretty clear the fix is in, but even for the Supreme Court, that would be the most egregious thing of all time. I would say if that happened, I mean, it would blow my mind. I think the Supreme Court cares about preserving conservative values and wealth inequality in this country and the right, and interpreting the Constitution as it was written in 1776 that, only white male landowners have any value. I think all those things are important, not necessarily Trump. He's been reelected. Why do they care? I doubt they care. If they got involved in helping him out of the Stormy Daniels conviction, my mind would truly be blown. The TikTok case, that's something John Roberts cares about. Trump lying about Stormy Daniels and signing some checks, no, he does not. They do not care. I mean, unless he has something on them, leverage, I would say he's effed.
And then they sign. Remember, this is a man that said he wants the transition to be smooth. Well, you don't do the kind of things. You don't have a judge working real hard to try and embarrass you. Because I did nothing wrong. By the way, I did absolutely nothing wrong.
Well, that's not what juries of your peers said, but okay, go off. If you did nothing wrong, why did the appellate court uphold your 34 felonies?
If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department. I mean, Jack Smith.
You won no cases. You've won 0 cases against the Justice Department. You know how hard it is to defeat the Justice Department? You just can't prosecute a sitting president, so they dropped the case for a later date. Like, that's all. And sadly, just like Michael Cohen went to jail for Trump and he was named as unindicted co-conspirator 1, now Walt Nauta and the grounds guy who was supposed to flood the servers they're probably going to go to jail for him in the docs case. Because that's what we do. We get people to stand in for Trump when he commits crimes. His fourth-rate accomplices. Like, if there's one thing I'm tired of, and I know I've talked about this before, and this is unpopular opinion, I don't think anybody should commit violence against anyone else, and if you do, you should be held accountable. But I do think for my argument for the J6 prisoners, when I follow line of logic, is like, if we can't put if we're not going to punish the person who is orchestrated all of it, we're getting not even the people in Congress who were complicit, not even like the people that worked in the White House that were complicit. We're getting like the lowest of the low-level people that like saw a Facebook post and showed up at the Capitol and did some, again, violence is not acceptable. If you attack someone, you should be punished. But I'm just saying, I think this is who needs to be punished for January 6th. This person right here. And it annoys me that he just avoids all accountability while other people sit in jail for him.
Cases all over the place. People were being subpoenaed, lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had, money. We were helping them out. We had to. They were subpoenaing people that had no idea what they were even talking about.
You mean people that worked for you and helped you perpetrate the fake elector scheme that even the Supreme Court said you are not exempt from prosecution for? The Supreme Court, in their presidential immunity ruling, were like, oh, but the fake elector scheme, like, that's some BS. Like, even the Supreme Court said you could be prosecuted. And evading subpoenas is wrong. You can't make up fake rules so people can evade subpoenas. You can't do that. Trump is a delusional liar, in my opinion. Yes, good point, Cleveland. And he hasn't helped anyone. You didn't help anyone. Like Rudy is like fighting for his last watch at his apartment so he could like sell it to have some money. Like, you didn't help anyone. But and I just want to clarify, Trump did not help anyone, but MAGA has helped people, right? Like, they have raised a ton of money to pay for people's legal bills, and not just MAGA, but there are conservative billionaires that have started legal funds for people that are prosecuted in relation to Trump's crimes. So, yeah, like, people have been helped, not by him.
Clear, but have you directed your staff to take any specific actions to draw plans? And can you elaborate again? You didn't rule out military coercion.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really 60. Don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You
guys, China ships, the China ships. We got to watch out for the China ships. You mean ships bringing products to America in normal shipping lanes? Watch out for those China ships. But again, this is just all about the minerals underneath the melting ice at the North Pole. That's all this is about. Security purposes. Yeah, security. They need security. The reason they're going to deploy the military is like when we used to protect oil fields in the Middle East. Same concept. There's a lot of money to be made underneath the ice at the North Pole, and this is going to be a land grab, and people's militaries will probably be involved.
If we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstances will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will.
Even Pierre Poilievre, which is like Trump to the north of here, does not want Trump to try to annex Canada. That's what this guy is saying, is like, hey, even the leader of the stupid Canadian truck convoy doesn't want America to annex Canada.
To David's point, you had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir Lopez, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force. Because
see, he's saying he won't attack Canada. That's why no one's saying there's going to be a war with Canada. I think and it's interesting because what he's basically saying is like, he's not going to attack our white neighbors to the north. Like Mexico, that's another thing. Panama, I'd do that. But I don't think, does America have the stomach to attack Canadians? It sounds like even Trump knows that they don't.
Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like.
Now, let's talk about this. This is the part of the press conference that blows my mind. The artificially drawn line. This is the man that was elected screaming about the importance of our sovereign borders and close the borders, and we got people pouring over the borders. But when he wants to take over a country, all of a sudden, it's an artificially drawn line that means nothing. If these are artificially drawn lines that mean nothing, then what the were you elected on? It doesn't make any sense. This man, and if MAGA could follow a line of logic, they could get that. They could get themselves out of cognitive dissonance. Depending on his mood, this guy believes whatever. They're artificially drawn lines now. That's exactly what you were elected on. Those artificially drawn lines. And now we have to hear that they don't mean anything.
And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it.
No, we're not. Oh, God, the lies. I can't. The freaking lies from this man will never end.
Vowed to bring down the prices at grocery stores.
Oh, this is it. This is what I was looking for. This is him basically, because he's not going to be able to bring down prices, especially because we're basically in monopolies in pretty much every capitalistic industry. They don't call it the grocery cartel. That's what they call the grocery lobby in Washington. They don't call them the grocery cartel for nothing. He's not bringing down any prices. In fact, if you listen to earnings calls in grocery, they're saying the exact opposite. They're already baking in price raises in a price matrix across all their products in anticipation of Trump's tariffs. Walmart is already raising their prices. AutoZone is already raising their prices. They're talking openly about this. And Trump knows he can't bring down prices, so he's trying to pin it on Biden.
You vowed to bring down the prices at grocery stores very fast.
Yeah, we will
but
do it
then
fast.
You recently told Time Magazine that bringing down prices would be very hard. So what can the American people expect when you get into office?
It's always hard to bring down prices when somebody else has screwed something up like they did, but we'll bring them down. We'll get them down. Energy is going to bring down prices.
And when you know that someone is in the MAGA cult, because this makes no sense, right? Energy is not going to bring down prices. The reason prices are high is not because of anyone before him. It's because of inflation, right? The rate at which prices raise. Prices are always raising. That's the nature of inflation, unless we went into some sort of deflation. I mean, that which is not going to happen. Prices are always raising, unless you start talking about controlled commodities. That's the only exception. Prices are always going up, especially in America. So he cannot he can't do it, and he knows that. So he's got to start making up lies.
We're going to have a lot of energy, and energy is what brought it up.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to say. And that's the number one MAGA cult answer. Because MAGA doesn't understand the global economy. They don't understand how it functions. Trump doesn't even know what a trade deficit is. He doesn't understand how that plays into the value of American currency. So the only thing they ever hear Trump say is, don't worry about prices. Don't worry about inflation. Energy will bring it down. That's all MAGA knows to say. That I can't tell you the amount of times I've heard MAGA say that asinine answer. How are you going to do that? You ask of that. What are you talking about? How are you going to do that? We're switching to different kinds of energy. If you listen to earnings calls of oil and gas, they don't want to drill more. They are in what they call the sweet spot. Biden is working with the oil and gas companies. Oil consumption and the necessary amount of total barrels of oil is going down. So in order to keep the price per barrel of oil in the sweet spot, they can't produce too much. That's how supply and demand works. Like Trump, bless Trump's heart. Bless him.
Energy and their bad spending is what brought it up, and energy is going to bring it down. We're going to have prices down.
That's why you hear Trump saying these crazy things all of a sudden. Like one day on True Social, he just made this post and was like, "Europe better buy our oil." It's like, what? What are you talking about? Because he knows he's got to create demand somewhere. Or that's what I think he's thinking, is like, I've got to create a new market to purchase more oil I'm going to drill. Which even then it won't work. It doesn't work because we're switching to alternative energies. But that's why he's doing that, because he's got to create demand somehow.
I think you're going to see some pretty drastic price reductions. As an example, food, bacon, ham.
Oh man, this is some windmill shit right here. Did you guys remember this part? Yeah, bacon is ham, sir, but listen to this part. This is how you know Trump has no idea what inflation is. He's just like, he's never been to a grocery store. Do you guys remember the clip I showed you when he's like, and a poor woman had 3 apples, and then she put the apple back in the refrigerator, and we're like, apples aren't refrigerated. Have you ever been to a damn grocery store? Which he has not. Is what we learned about Trump. Trump thinks apples are refrigerated, and that's when I knew Trump has never been to a grocery store. Listen to this. This is how you know Trump's never been shopping.
Food, bacon, ham, apples, everything has gone through the roof.
He's obsessed with this woman he said he saw buying apples. I gotta find that clip again.
It's one of the reasons I won. So as you know, I said it, inflation was one of the reasons I won, but I think the biggest reason I won was the fact that they are allowing prisoners to come into our country. They released their prisoners, their murderers. Thousands of murderers are now walking around the streets of our...
If you notice, because Trump has no idea how to bring prices down, it's actually, and that's because you can't, but he also doesn't understand inflation. So when people press him on inflation, once he does his, energy, we're going to drill, and that will bring prices down. It won't. And that doesn't make sense. But then he just goes off. You hear him. Oh, they emptied their prisons. That has nothing to do with the price of groceries and how you're going to bring it down. But he just has to pivot because that's his. I swear, the more you listen to him, he does we're going to make energy cheaper, which in theory, I think he's trying to say, but he doesn't know the words. Like, if I bring down the price of energy, like supply chain to move groceries around the world will be cheaper, and then that will be reflected in the price. And we know it never is, because Trump allows corporate billionaires to price gouge. They don't, right? They don't. It's not reflected in the price. We know that for sure. When gas is cheaper, have prices of groceries gone down? No. Prices of groceries are slowly rising. And that is marked by the rate of inflation. And we have instances like the bird flu or different issues with supply chain where prices do go up, But I've never heard a corporation be like, hey, since gas prices are down, we're just going to give our shareholders less profits. Like, can you imagine if a company announced that? Like, please, I've yet to hear that earnings call, and I listen to a lot of earnings calls. I've never heard an earnings call where they're like, hey, it's cheaper for us to move these groceries, so instead of giving money to our shareholders, we're just going to cut prices. We're going to make it cheaper for consumers. Yeah, because of avian flu. We just had the first unaliving of avian flu in America. Yeah, but that's the same reason prices of eggs were high. Similar issues were going on when eggs were higher before. Did anyone care? No. So I know why the price of eggs are high, but it didn't matter why the price of eggs were high before. There were logical reasons why they were high before, and MAGA didn't care. So I don't care now. I'm just going to point out that Trump promised to lower the price of eggs, and he won't. I need to change. Did you say I need to change my live goals? Oh, yes, I do.
I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive. I watched it. Actually, I watched it on Fox. I'm not allowed to say that. Say it?
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
You hear what he just said? So that ridiculous, if you've been here for 4 hours, you know, I was playing this crazy video of Mark Zuckerberg basically capitulating to Trump and saying, oh, we're going to make it easier for people to spread misinformation and disinformation on Meta's social media platforms, on the Gram, on Facebook, and on Threads. Sorry, Pickles is calling. That's Pickles calling me. That's what that is. I am on a live. I thought I had my do not disturb up. Oh yeah, he can get past it. That's Pickles. Sorry. Anyways, so he's changing all these rules to make it easier for 60-year-olds to spread disinformation on Facebook. And they just asked Trump yesterday, hey, do you think he's doing that because of you? And Trump said yes. He literally said yes. He took credit for the whole thing. And Mark Zuckerberg's like, oh, it's freedom of expression. When you hear Mark Zuckerberg in the future saying freedom of expression, that means the freedom for 60-year-olds to spread medical information on Facebook. That's what that means. That's what we're calling it now. I love this. I don't know if you guys know this publication. It's called TPM Talking Points Memo. Genius newsletter that you can subscribe to. And this was their headline yesterday. Zuckerberg achieves Trump lap monkey badge and other platform news. Oh, they tore him alive. And they're just talking about this. This is literally what interested me much more was the Axios rundown of the news. Quote, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are of one mind. The most powerful global information platforms should be governed by free speech and the people, not by the platforms themselves. Meaning let medical misinformation and Russian propaganda and general bigotry be spread. That's what this is. It's Mark Zuckerberg saying, you know what? Now that I'm on Trump's team, I'm going to let people spread disinformation to make it easier for conservatives to get elected and confuse people. And I thought this was a good comment. Wow, Trump openly admits that Zuckerberg is probably changing Meta's content policies in response to his threats, which have included threats to jail him, blatant, transparent capitulation with a side of humiliation. Congratulations, Zuck. And then the same guy pointed out something else, which I think this is also factoring in. While the threats could be a motivating factor, perhaps more important to note is the fact Meta is set to head to trial in April for an antitrust case brought by the Federal Trade Commission. How much you want to bet Zuckerberg wants this antitrust case to go away? And believe me, the amount of antitrust in the tech industry is criminal. Something should be done about it. But how much do you want to bet this goes away? I bet you anything it will. That's what he wants. They don't want to be regulated in the tech industry. All the money they're throwing at Trump is to not deregulate the industry. You don't need to deregulate the tech industry. It's never been regulated. They just want it to be the Wild West, like it's always been. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you for the galaxy. Oh, I need to set my live goal. Oops, wait. Is this muted? Sorry.
But we have to run it properly. It's going to be run properly. We want to get back those hostages for Israel and for us. You know, we do have people that are hostages being held. And I'll just say it again. If this deal's not done with the people representing our nation, by the time I get to office, all hell is going to break out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's again, he ended the press conference by he is setting the stage to unalive all the Palestinians. Because, and this is just my theory, yay, I love these. I love a beanie. I should get a beanie like that and wear it. But truly, that's how he ended it. Basically setting the stage so that if they don't give back hostages, then there's probably no more alive anyways. They have literally, there's a Washington Post exclusive article. I can't remember what the Hebrew word is for the gospel, but it's basically an AI program created by Mossad that they used to pick their targets, you know, when they were bombing schools and all these things in Palestine. I mean, there's nowhere left to level. If they had, I mean, I don't know. Well, hopefully they have some to give back, but my guess is they're going to level Palestine and then build a commercial real estate project, and then there will be a Trump hotel there. That's my real prediction of what is going to happen. I need to change my sub goal, someone said. Sorry, I have a really hard time doing. Oh, cool. We're almost to 600 subs. Awesome. What a good day. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And we're at 400,000. Oh my God. Okay, so the press conference ends. This is not a joke either. This seems like this would be a joke. And I would tell you this and be like, no, I'm just kidding. This isn't real. This is fucking real. The press conference ends and immediately, almost as if she already knew what he was going to say, she has a bill drawn up. This is not a joke.
20th. And I was so fired up watching the press conference today when President Trump said that he's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, that I directed my ledge staff to immediately draft legislation. And we are entering it right now to officially change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And Congress has to do this because we have to fund the name change in maps. We have to fund the name change through all types of, you know, like the military, FAA, et cetera. And it's absolutely the right.
Our tax dollars are not doing this. Give us health care, you POSs. Are you kidding me? We can't go to the doctor. We're all one illness away from medical bankruptcy. And this person, God, I want to say some crazier things. This person wants to use our tax dollars. We're supposed to give Elon Musk billions to play around and build rockets to go to Mars. And she wants to change. We have to spend billions of dollars changing all the names. Changing this to Gulf of America. Can somebody please use our tax dollars so we can go to the doctor? Or how about pay for childcare? You want us to be slave laborers in capitalism? Why don't you pay for childcare? You want more babies so you don't lose the white majority in 2040? Why don't you use our tax dollars to give a child tax credit? Like, I don't understand.
Thing to do. We change post office names all the time up here. You better bet we are absolutely going to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Let's go.
I just implore the people of District 14 in Georgia, what the F are you guys doing? Truly, what the F are you guys doing? I mean that as respectfully as possible. What is this? What District 14, be ashamed. I thought I changed.
Good. What'll happen to Liz
circle.
Cheney next?
Well,
you served with her, right? You must know her. You must know her relatively well. Like, well, what is she guilty of? Like, what do you see the path forward? Trump says that she deserves to be charged and put in prison.
Absolutely. I don't know. Actually, I don't know Liz Cheney well. I'm very proud to say that. She was not someone I wanted to.
And I'm sure she's proud to not know you well either. God, you're gross, Margarine. Like, ew, like she would ever. Thank you for subscribing, Tiffany. And I did change the sub goal just to be clear. Like, it's at 600 now and we're at 573. Thank you for subscribing, Nisi. But the thing is that the way it works on TikTok Studio is when you change it, it says it will take up to 10 minutes to like cycle through. So I have changed it
relatively well. Like, well, what is she guilty of? Like, what do you see the path forward? Trump says that she deserves to be charged and put in prison.
Absolutely. I don't know. Actually, I don't know Liz Cheney well. I'm very proud to say that. She was not someone I wanted to spend any of my time with, even spending conversation with. So, no, I don't know her well. But I do know that she needs to be investigated. She should be
You need to be investigated. Margarine Taylor Greene. Somebody, whoever is in the 14th district of Georgia needs to do something about this. You guys had a good candidate. Remember that guy that ran against her, like, not this last cycle, but the cycle before, Marcus Flowers? He was a decent person. Thank you so much for who bought these subs. Whoever bought the subs, it's hard. I can see who received them. I'm trying to figure it out. Who bought the subs? I'm going to take clips from this last press conference and change that sound. I love these ones that blow bubbles. Thank you so much, you guys, for the gifts.
Bart as well. And as an attorney, she knows what attorney-client privileges are. And
we actually did not know that Liz Cheney was an attorney. I guess I should assume it. A lot of people in Congress are, but I did not know that until I heard her say those.
With Cassidy Hutchinson, she absolutely crossed that red line with Stefan Passantino.
Wait, I need you to hear something again, because this part's important. I just remembered why Margarine is an idiot.
Attorney, she knows what attorney-client privileges are.
Okay, so attorney-client privilege, because Margarine, it has zero brain power in her brain, so it has to do with you not divulging information that your client tells you, right? Like, if you're someone's attorney, you're loyal to them and you don't break attorney-client privilege. That's what attorney-client privilege is. What she's talking about is Cassidy Hutchinson had a lawyer that Trump paid for, right? And he was like, Cassidy Hutchinson said in her book that this Trump lawyer was like bullying her and trying to get her to keep silent. His name was Passantino. So she went to Liz Cheney and was like, I don't want this lawyer. Like, I don't think he even works for me. Like, he works for Trump. Trump's paying for him. Like, can you give me some names of other lawyers? And then, as both of their books says, like Liz Cheney, who now it makes more sense that I realize she's a lawyer. I didn't even realize she was a lawyer, but she gave Cassidy Hutchinson some names of lawyers that, like, I guess handle cases like that. And Cassidy Hutchinson retained one of those. That has nothing to do with attorney privilege. Liz Cheney was not Cassidy Hutchinson's attorney. Right? Passantino was. He's her attorney. There's attorney-client privilege between those two. Margarine is just not smart and has no idea the words that she is saying. And like Betty Johnson's just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Proving that Betty Johnson is also not smart. What are these people? They just ramble on. None of it makes any sense. And MAGA's like, exactly, attorney-client privilege. Yeah, no, that's not what those words mean.
You know that paper
And with Cassidy Hutchinson, she absolutely crossed that red line with Stefan Passantino, who was representing Cassidy Hutchinson. And then the committee, Liz Cheney in particular, was about to set Stefan Passantino up so that they could pursue him and go down some horrific witch hunt trail with Stefan.
Yeah, none of that happened. So that's not what happened. And wow, Margarine just says words. It's almost like these people have no idea what's going on, nor do they ever read it. And this is their own report. What's that guy who was giving people a tour, that senator? It's his report, Loudermilk. That's what she's talking about. I can tell she didn't read it. I actually read it. It's a report of complete bullshit that just like implies things that aren't real. Liz Cheney has done nothing wrong, but I read the Loudermilk BS report, and I could tell she's never read it. You have no idea what you're talking about. The amount of crap I've had to read, ridiculous stuff I've had to read because of MAGA. I'll never have that time back. Oh wait. I don't even know what I just did. Did I click on I must have clicked on a link. I have no idea what just happened.
In helping us with the migration problems we have at the southern border. Canada is really important to us. Another
These
NATO
are
ally.
reactions. Wait, I don't really care about this clip. There's a couple of clips I want you to see. These are like, I think it's this one. CNN, I told you guys about this term that you hear like Midas Touch using a lot, and it's such a great term. It's called sane washing. And it's like the effort of like Fox News and CNN to like make the bullshit that Trump is saying either sound not like pathological lies or just act like it's not crazy, like try to justify it and make everyone think like, oh yeah, like that wasn't a weird press conference. Like, yeah, like nothing wrong with invading our loyal allies' territory and stealing land from them. And man, CNN after that press conference yesterday, the way these people were working overtime to pretend like that was normal was mind blowing. Like they should get a raise to act like any of that was normal. Listen to some of this.
And taking Greenland from the Danish. Where's the economic message there?
I certainly see your point about the economic message being a big driver for the election, but a lot of his supporters also just like that he bucks tradition, that he doesn't do what others do, that he's willing to throw stuff out there that may be controversial. And he portrays himself as a negotiator and a businessman, and a lot of his supporters frankly like that.
This man was yelling about whales, 125 whales having nervous breakdowns because giant windmills off the coast of New Jersey were terrorizing them. That's what he was talking about during this press conference. And she's like, he bucks tradition. No, a man that needs to be in a memory care facility was rambling. He's going to be the leader of the free world, won't promise not to use our military to invade our own allies. And she's like, oh, he's a maverick. Like, this isn't crazy at all. And what this guy was pointing out, because I didn't play the whole clip, but like, he's saying like, hey, all the things that Trump ran on, he's not talking about any of them. In fact, he's talking about the opposite. Like people asked him to fix the economy and he's talking about all this weird stuff. And she's just like, oh, everything's totally normal. Like that's why they love him, because he's a maverick. No, he's not.
Supporters, frankly, like what he threw out about, renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Pam, I get that. I get that. Politics has become entertainment in this country. And by the way, I'll be the first to say that there are some apple carts that should be turned over. It takes me years to get a bridge built in Connecticut. We're not moving projects that are critical to the American people as fast as we should like. But at the end of the day, the business of government is very...
I want to see a normal human walk up behind them and yell, what? I know, exactly. Like, you'd never be allowed on. I want to be a guest on CNN and just be like, hey, I just, for all Americans, like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, yeah, this is a for-profit company that doesn't want to be turned off because Trump controls the media now. Yeah, I remember now. Oh, my God. I have something really funny. And I just want to say, like, the reason I put this clip here is because I just thought it was so ridiculous. Like, she's like, oh, this is why Trump supporters like Trump. And meanwhile, I just want to show you a Trump supporter. Because it's true. They're not thinking people. This is a recent clip of a Trump supporter.
We just want truth, right? We just want things to be good. We want truth, and the truth will set us free.
And you think the truth is that Joe Biden is replaced by a body double?
I do. I believe that. But I could be wrong.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. You could be wrong. Like, what? We can't reason with these people because these people think that Joe Biden is a skin suit being worn by Obama, and Joe Biden is being held hostage in the basement of the White House. So, yeah, we can't reason with any of these people. Like, of course, they think it's a good idea to use our military and invade our allies. They don't know anything about the economy. They don't know what inflation is. Like, they're worried that Joe Biden is a skin suit being worn by Obama. We can't reason with these people. There's no reasoning with that. And you guys think that's crazy? I am telling you that there are millions of MAGA that think that's real. Like, we're not dealing with thinking folks here. So no, they don't understand what makes the economy bad. It's going to happen again. Joe Biden is handing one of the best economies in modern history off to Trump. He will run it into the ground, be gone in 4 years if we're lucky and he doesn't try to fucking declare martial law. And then they'll blame the Democrats again. Like, oh my gosh, now we get to enjoy ourselves. I love Brian Shapiro from Pushing the Limits. And after that press conference, he was like, what the fuck was that?
If I'm not mistaken, didn't Donald Trump run on a platform of peace and prosperity, ending all these wars, including the war in the Ukraine, he said within 24 hours? And now he has already conceded in this press conference that that's certainly not going to happen. In a 1-hour press conference, he managed to threaten Mexico. He said he wanted to invade Greenland and Panama with the possibility of using military force. And he also said he wants to take over Canada through economic warfare. And it isn't kind of interesting, is it not, that he's talking about how we have to have secure borders, right? And yet now he's calling the border with Canada an artificial drawn line. It's crazy. It's crazy. So for anybody out there that might be having second thoughts, this is who you voted for. This man is insane. He's already not on day one. He's not even president yet on day one, and he's already retracting his campaign promises. Ladies and gentlemen, this is who you voted for. And instead of being celebrative of the fact that he won re-election, he's still whining and talking about his grievances and going after Jack Smith. Why? Because he knows there's a possibility this report might become public, even though Judge Cannon, who wears the Donald Trump knee pads, is doing everything she can to block it from happening.
I love this man. I feel like I want to call my spirit animal, but he's not an animal. It's like between him and the president of Mexico, if I could just smash them into one person and make that person my best friend, I think I could stay sane for the next 4 years.
And he knows that he's going to be sentenced.
I know, we do need to hear that comment again. It was a good
day
one.
He's not even president yet on day one, and he's already retracting his campaign promises. Ladies and gentlemen, this is who you voted for. And instead of being celebrative of the fact that he won re-election, he's still whining and talking about his grievances and going after Jack Smith. Why? Because he knows there's a possibility this report might become public, even though Judge Cannon, who wears the Donald Trump knee pads, is doing everything she can to block it from happening. And he knows that he's going to be sentenced on Friday. The entire press conference was full of bitching and whining and crying and talking about his grievances, and just an angry, salty, despicable man. And this is who you guys.
Yeah, I love him. Brian Shapiro, everybody. We love Brian Shapiro. And if you don't know, he has a show called Pushing the Limits. It's a independent radio show where he just I don't know if he debates MAGA. He doesn't. The people calling into radio shows, they're not much for debate. They have no idea what's going on. Email for fake you. Email for windmill angered whales. That's hilarious. God, the poor whales. Their mental health is in danger. We've got to do something about it. And then I always talk about this, which I didn't even know these two knew each other, but Brian Shapiro had my literal favorite independent journalist on, Aaron Rupar, and they were talking about the press conference too.
Aaron, one of the most troubling things he said today was when he was talking about the war in the Ukraine. And as we know, he said he's going to end the war in 24 hours. Today, all of a sudden, he hopes to end it in 6 months. But regardless of that, he said that he understood why Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. He used the term, I understand. And he didn't say it, I understand, in a bad way. It was more of a positive light, sympathetic to Vladimir Putin. Did you hear that? And what do you make of that? Because I find that to be so dangerous when he talks like that.
Yeah, it's really echoing some of the talking points that we've heard from Russia apologists all along about NATO and this idea that Ukraine wanted to join NATO. And if they did that, that would bring a hostile power right on the doorstep of Russia. And so in that sense, Putin had his reasons for doing this. I think we've heard that from people on the right and on the left, domestically, people who, make apologies for Putin. And it is disturbing to hear Trump say that, but at the same time, I don't think there's any secret that was what he was campaigning on. This idea that there was going to be some sort of deal before he took office, which obviously the clock on that is ticking. This idea that he was going to solve the war before he took office, that was always kind of predicated on Zelensky making huge concessions and, basically cutting a deal to be very favorable to Putin, and dice up Ukrainian territory and give some of it to Russia. So, it is disturbing, but, we saw this going back to Trump's first term. And I think this kind of connects with the first question that you asked about, Trump not being surrounded with credible people who might put the brakes on some of what he wants to do this time around, where, Trump, the first term, tried to kind of reorient our foreign policy in a more Putin-friendly direction, but he kind of struggled in doing that. And of course, ultimately was impeached for, working against Ukraine. It wasn't necessarily on the side of Russia there, but, part of Ukrainian territory was invaded at that point in time by Russia already. And I am concerned that we're going to see him go even further down that path. Of course, in the same breath that he was talking about why Putin had his reasons for invading Ukraine, he was talking about NATO and how the NATO countries don't pay enough and, kind of making ultimatums like he did the first time around as well. And, if you remember, there was reporting a couple of years ago that John Bolton, I think he said this actually on some of the TV hits that he was doing, was talking about how if Trump won, he would try to remove the United States from NATO in a second term. And, it seems to me like that's
fact. I love these two. He's such a great journalist, and I love that he's an independent journalist. He's a genius. Aaron Rupar is a genius. And again, he has a radio show called Pushing the Limits. It's like an independent radio show out of Vegas, but he's on Brian Shapiro's on TikTok as well. He's on Blue Sky and he's on X. So you can find him anywhere, and he is hilariously funny. His radio show is really good. He pretty much has MAGA call in and just yells at them. It's good stuff. I want to show you guys a couple more clips, and then I think I can't stand any more of this, but I want to show a Robert Reich clip because I love Robert Reich. Or Reish. We decided it's Reish, sorry. And I want to show you guys a clip of Mehdi Hassan.
Fascism.
Because debating, but this is the bottom line. Like, this is what's going on. While Trump is screaming about the mental health of whales because the windmills are hurting them, while he's talking about Greenland and the Panama Canal and all this BS, all of this is about the consolidation of wealth, right? This is about a bunch of billionaires getting richer and robbing us all while we argue about who's in what bathroom. And truer words were never spoken from Robert Reish. He's amazing.
Backed by big money, is one of the most dangerous of all political alliances. We saw it in 1930s Germany when industrial giants bailed out a cash-strapped Nazi party right before Hitler's election, thinking that Hitler would protect their money and power. We're seeing something similar now. Earlier this year, the GOP was running out of money, so Trump turned to his wealthy backers for help. Many super-rich donors who once criticized Trump for stoking the violence of January 6th have since had a change of heart, deciding their profits are worth more than our democracy. Trump has promised them that if elected, he'll extend his 2017 tax cuts that went mainly to the wealthy beyond 2025, when they're scheduled to expire. And he's hinted at even more.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
He promised oil executives he would scrap regulations favoring electric vehicles and wind energy if they would give his campaign $1 billion. The Trump White House is...
That's why he hates wind energy. That is what he promised oil and gas, to get rid of wind energy if they pooled their money and gave him a cool billion.
For sale. And the wealthy are buying. 50 billionaire families gave at least $600 million in political donations as of May, with over 2/3 going to support GOP candidates and conservatives.
Yeah, so when you listen to MAGA, and they'll always be like, billionaires give money to the left too. Here's the difference, right? First of all, 66% of billionaires give money to conservatives, but the difference is, if you give money to the left, I mean, not to say you can't lobby Washington, but it's not because you're being told there's a quid pro quo. Oh, hey, give me millions of dollars and you can be an ambassador. Give me millions of dollars and I will deregulate the industry you're in. For $1 billion, I'll waive all environmental regulations, right? Like, that is the difference. You're not getting those promises on the left. I mean, yeah, anyone can lobby the government or donate to an election, but there is a difference. And even then, that is why 66% of billionaires, I mean, let me be honest, it's probably a smarter investment, right? You know that you can get what you want. Trump is transactional. If I give money to this guy, he will follow through. I mean, maybe, but it's a better investment. Look what happened to Elon Musk. He invested is it 177 million or 277 million? 277 million in the election. And he's now worth $500 million. He is now valued at, $500 billion. He's valued at $500 billion. He has more than doubled his wealth since the election. Yeah, 277 million he invested, and he's doubled his net worth. That's a smart investment. Like, that's why billionaires are doing this.
Causes. Elon Musk, one of the world's richest men, who also controls and manipulates one of the world's largest communications platforms, has committed to spending millions of dollars a month to elect Trump. And Trump has promised to make it worth Musk's while.
We have to make life good for our smart people, and he's as smart as you get.
In previous videos, I've highlighted alarming similarities between fascist regimes of the past and Trumpism. The alignment of American billionaires with Trump's anti-democracy movement is one of the most dangerous parallels. The billionaires want the rest of us to fight each other, so we don't look up and see where all the wealth and power have gone. So we don't.
That's why we have to stop arguing about who's in what bathroom and convince MAGA that we're being robbed. That's why they want us to argue with each other about bullshit while we are being robbed. He's exactly right.
Join together and raise taxes on the super rich to finance childcare, better schools, our healthcare system, everything else we need. They fear democracy because there are far more of us than there are of them. We need to see through their fear tactics and vote in overwhelming numbers this November. We can learn from history and spot the danger. We are not doomed to fascism.
Amen. We are not doomed. He's exactly right. But this is unfortunately, an education process is a high barrier to entry. We have to convince people that believe that Biden is Obama wearing Biden's skin suit to understand the global economy and who's robbing them. So, yeah, it's not impossible, but it's a tall order. But hopefully Trump will do it for us, because that's the only way this is ever going to happen, is Trump has to do this for us, right? Like the H-1B visa thing. They elected him because they thought he was America first and he was going to give them jobs and get rid of brown people. Here's a surprise. Brown people don't have your money, first of all, and getting rid of them will only hurt you, not help you. It will crash our economy. It's biting off your nose to spite your face. But, I mean, that's what they thought. And now they're getting a rude awakening. Oh, wait, Trump is going to help rich people import brown people to take high-paying American jobs? What's happening? And the more they get, there's these cracks in their cognitive dissonance, the more opportunity we have to point out, yeah, you're being robbed by these people. And if we can get a critical mass of them to see the truth, I don't want things to have to get worse. I don't want us to have to descend into late stage capitalism and be in abject misery before they can figure out what's going on. But I guess we are not suffering enough yet. Yeah, I'm a spin doctor, and nothing I said is not factual. Like if you think this is spin, then my guess is you can't do math. That's my guess. It's you can't follow the money and or do math. See, this is what I'm saying. You start talking about numbers and how the global economy functions and how all wealth is being transferred to the top of the economy, and they're like, that's witchcraft. No, math is not witchcraft. It's actually just math. You too could figure this out if you learn how to do math. I just want to show you this one other clip that I love about Mehdi Hassan was debating like one of Trump's little, minions that's always in the media about H-1B visas. And it was a thing of beauty.
It's another brazen, demonstrable lie Donald Trump has told in recent days. After Elon Musk, the shadow president, came out in favor of H-1B visas for foreign workers, and the MAGA base came out against it furiously, Donald Trump told the New York Post, and I quote, "I've always liked the H-1B visas. I've always been in favor of the visas." That's a lie, Adolfo. He said in 2016, in a presidential debate and across the campaign, that the H-1B visa program was, quote, very bad, unfair for US workers, and, quote, we should end it. Yeah. Why does he lie so much? When we saw him with our own eyes.
I don't think it's a lie. I think he's for the program, but it needs to be reformed. And it needs to be reformed. It can be manipulated. It's been a system that's been used many times to sue employers because of its use.
I understand the program.
You understand the program.
These are your views. Yeah. Donald Trump did not say any of this.
Yes, he
I'm going to read it out again. Just so you know. I've always liked the H-1B visas. Yeah. I've always been in favor of the visas. Doesn't say anything about reform. Where in 2016, he didn't say anything about reform. He said, very bad, we should end it. He didn't say reform it, we should end it. Yeah. So he lied when he said he's always for it.
And you're cherry-picking in this
I'm not cherry-picking. Those are the only quotes.
In this way.
Which quotes have I missed from
because you're taking things out of context.
I don't this is a desperate Trump defense.
No, it is not.
Out of context. He's a toddler who you have to interpret.
This is the dance you have to do to defend Trump's lies. He came out so far against it in 2016. He said, no excuses. We need to end it, not reform it, end it. He said the same thing in 2020 and then he has all his minions trying to dance around and explain why his lies aren't lies. Sorry, they're lies. Turns out Trump not only is for H-1B visas, he uses them all the time. He's going to help his billionaire friends use them. That's not very America first. And if you weren't in cognitive dissonance, if this wasn't a cult of personality, then you could recognize that you are being robbed by billionaires in this country.
No, it is not.
I'm reading his words.
It is exactly what he has said consistently. The program has major problems.
That's not what he said in 2016. I'm going to read it again to you. I'm going to read it one more time.
I think the
very bad, unfair, quote, we should end it. What does end mean, Adolfo?
And I think there's a...
End means reform.
If I recall, there's a sentence or two afterwards that we need to find better ways to bring people into the country legally. And that's what he's referring to.
He explicitly says we should end the H-1B visa program. 8 years later, he says, I've always liked it and been in favor. That's a lie. Anyone who understands English knows that's a lie.
But you know,
unless English is your second language, that's a lie.
Mehdi, the program actually could be eliminated and replaced with a different program.
Fine, why didn't he say that last week? Why did he say, quote, I've always I'm going to read the quote again to you because you don't like his words, I know.
No, but you're taking them out of context.
There's no context. This is a statement to the Post. Yeah. Take it up with the New York Post. I've always liked the H-1B visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That is not true. He was not in favor of the visas in 2016.
I believe he has always, and I know this.
What you believe is irrelevant, Adolfo, with respect. It's what he said. This is what you always do. You come on and you say, well, Trump, you're confronted with a Trump statement. You try and find a way to spin it, reinterpret it.
And I just want to point out, what's the guy's name who's trolling in the comments? It's like Foster Grant or something. So we're pointing out, like, in your face that Trump is a liar. And what is the response in the comments from that guy? He said, didn't Mehdi get fired? Do you understand that you've broken the line of logic? That's cognitive dissonance, right? That has nothing to do with the point. The point is Trump is a liar. And instead of being able to focus on that line of logic, you go into cognitive dissonance and change the subject. That's why nobody can have you can't follow a line of logic. That is MAGA in a nutshell. Follow the money. You are being robbed by your Lord and Savior, Donald Trump. Nothing will change that fact. Nothing. Oh, Mehdi got fired? Trump still lied. Like, do you understand what a line of logic is? These people are, this is why we're doomed. We're all trapped in the same lifeboat with these people. Follow the money is always my advice. And I can promise you that poor brown people don't have your money. That might come as a shock to you, but that's not who has your money. And getting poor brown people fired will not get you, or deported will not get you more money. That's why Trump's not going to deport those people. Their billionaires aren't going to crash our own economy. They can actually do math. You can't. You can't. You're being robbed by the people you're voting for, and they are laughing at you. That's Robert Reich. That's what he was showing in that clip, that there's the real Trump supporters. You're not one, MAGA. You're just a number. He just needs your votes. He's just lying to you. Club 47. That's what they're called. Those are the people giving Trump millions of dollars that hang out with him at Mar-a-Lago. And he was telling them, I'm going to cut your taxes. I'm going to make your life better. We're going to get richer. He wasn't talking to you guys. You'll get that. Wealth inequality will just continue getting worse, and then you guys will figure out another way to try to dance around that fact. But don't worry, we're going to help you. Yeah, it is called Club 47, and that clip is, so many horrible clips have come out of there, and back is just like, that never happened. Oh no, that's not Trump. That's fake news. That's just AI. Yeah. Trump didn't lie about H-1B visas. Yeah, he's on tape lying about it over and over and over. No, that's AI too. That's fake news. Yeah, it's all fake news. All of Trump's lies are AI and fake news. Do you know what tax lobbyists are? I mean, I can't. I love that you don't know what you're saying. That's adorable. That has, again, zero to do with the line of logic we're on. You are in cognitive dissonance, Foster. God help us. Anyways, that's enough. That's 4 hours of me trying to educate. I know, exactly. The pivots. Hey, I'm just going to say 2 random words that actually don't go together, but I heard the word tax. I heard the word lobbyist, and I'm just going to throw those 2 words together and say them because I don't like people pointing out that Trump is lying relentlessly and robbing me. And has brought a bunch of billionaires. He said over and over he's going to drain the swamp. I'm watching in real time him, in fact, do the backstroke in the swamp with other billionaires. I can't admit that that's real, so I'm going to change the subject over and over and over again while I'm being robbed. Makes sense. Keep shooting yourself in the foot. What was the guy's name? Ballistic podiatry. Shooting yourself in the foot over and over. You are being robbed while you continue to lie to yourself. Join us in reality to stop this. We're all being robbed together. Do I have a podcast? I mean, this is my podcast. So I'm streaming this on YouTube, on X, on Twitch, and all these episodes post to my YouTube immediately after. So if you ever want to rewatch any of this, they're all posted every day on YouTube. It's A Girl Has No Name. Follow me there. Watch the replays if you want to. So I do this Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. I do the People's Receipts, where I just point out conservatives' constant lies with clips and receipts that can't be denied. And then on Tuesdays, I do the broadcast, which is me and Potty Mouth Pollyanna, Mandy, and then Dr. Danny, who's in bed with Danielle, and we talk about how conservative policies are unaliving women in America. And then at night, I debate sometimes. I guess Pickles is live right now. I might debate. I probably need to go get some physical activity because 4 hours of going through Trump's lies makes me need to work out. Again, Foster is still here. I think that's good, Foster. I'm glad you're here. You're curious about, it's good that you're here. You should come back tomorrow and learn more because you are being robbed by Donald Trump and you're carrying water for him and you should stop. Don't worry, Foster. We're going to help you. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. I have got to go eat some food and take a break. Thank you so much, Willie. It appreciates. Yeah, 11:30 Pacific. Every day, the only day, it's 4 days a week, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. The only day it's not is Tuesday because, Danny is a real doctor and she has a job. So we do 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, like basically on her lunch break when she can be here. She's fabulous. So I shall see you guys soon. I think I might debate with Pickles tonight. I just need a little bit of a break. I've been doing long lives. I'm not built to be on the internet all day and night like Pickles is. It's hard for me. Like I think it's because he's a gamer. He's good at this. I have like 3 hours. My attention span is much shorter than his. But yeah, probably. If I'm still feeling good, I'm going to go work out. And then if I still feel good and he's still alive, probably. Love you all. But we need you there tonight. I know. I'll do my best. I like debating with Pickles. It's fun. And I like you guys. Your community is great because you guys are smart and safe. So yeah, as long as I have the energy and I don't fall asleep. I said this at the beginning. I haven't been sleeping well this week. My brain is I am mentally unwell. Angel, thank you so much for the galaxy. So I might need some sleep. If I don't do it tonight, I'll do it tomorrow. One or the for sure. I enjoy it. But I will see you guys soon. Thank you so much. Later, Gators. Oh my God, I've almost been live 5 hours. Later, Gators.
Can definitely make for you.